Morning, Tim.
Well, it's not just this putter brown chicken. Scotty had the polls yesterday. Everything was
His
going.
putter Saturday was gross. I'd have been mad at myself if I'd have missed all those putts. I mean, he missed 5 putts inside 8 feet.
It's funny. The dominant world number one does from time to time have a serious putting problem.
I mean, he's missing the hole on all of those. I mean, it's.
Coffin I think there were very few college double-digit over-unders.
Yeah, there's a handful.
9.5 was the number. I got to shave. I've just been lazy. I hate shaving these days. Yeah, Johnny Finger Lakes, when we did Notre Dame Navy in 2012, that was the stadium they played it in. It was a good place to do a game from.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final Monday of August. Hope you had a great weekend. Thanks so much for being with us. How the heck are you, football fans? Tommy Fleetwood, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. How was your birthday weekend, Mark?
It was good. The wife and daughter took very good care of me. We had a little staycation, snuck over to the Hyatt down the road, had some, overpriced drinks at a hotel bar. It was wonderful. Fantastic.
Any of the drinks or appies, okay, worth it?
Oh, yeah. No, it was a great weekend. It's first off, it's a tremendous property, and it's literally in our backyard. And this time of year, the rates aren't, so terrible. They're manageable.
Right.
But the weather would have been nice if the weather would have cooperated a little better. But my new friend Chris behind the bar there had a nice time talking to him and watched Farmageddon, watched golf. happy as can be.
You know what was good? Even though I didn't watch, and I didn't, by the way, for the record, did not watch a play of any of the 5 college football games.
I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I know it was probably my
I'm sorry.
loss. I had a good day Saturday, though. I actually had a life Saturday, which I haven't had much of one for a while. So I didn't miss it. But from what I read, Farmageddon gained steam.
Yes.
Okay.
Very much so.
Which is good because think about it. You belly up to the bar midday because it's raining outside. Okay. And so as you're gaining steam, Farmageddon was gaining steam.
Bruce Feldman put out a post early in the game, something like, 11 plays, 3 yards gain, 2 punts, and it's absolutely glorious. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of how I feel right now. This is good stuff.
Everybody like the soccer stadium? It's an intimate, it's like a 50,000 seat football stadium. It's a cute little place. We did a game from there 13 years ago. When I say we, I mean CBS. We did Notre Dame Navy, and the guys liked working it. They thought they had good camera angles, and we thought it looked good. Anyway, Notre Dame whacked them, but we thought it looked good.
I thought the pitchers were good. I did, when the game was gaining steam, unfortunately, the skies let out in Southwest Florida.
Gotcha.
And the hotel is on satellite television.
Oh.
So the game went away for large portions of Farmageddon.
And I will say, this college football season is going to be spectacular. And here's how I know this. Having not watched a play, as I said, of any of the 5 games, we had 2 bad beats to begin and end the first day for many of you of the college football season. The first game was Farmageddon. There was a 51 or 51 and a half over under. It looked as if Iowa State scored with 2 minutes ago to send the game over. But Mark, instead, the game in most places by a half a point, since his elbow was down on the 1 foot line, stayed under.
Yes, it did.
First game of the year. Boom! Bad beat. What you gonna do? Yeah!
As someone who just had the Iowa State money line, I was fine with that. I just let this sucker end.
And then we had something that you hardly ever have. A no contest. Essentially an exhibition game. There was an FCS game involving 2 top 12 teams in the FCS poll. They got a good game. 1-score game. I think at 23-17, mid-4th quarter. And Mark, Saturday night in the South, well, weather, storms, lightning, and they can't finish the game. And since no bet on a football game counts unless 55 minutes of game action is played, none of the bets counted, the score didn't count, and the stats don't count. UC Davis and Mercer played a preseason game for 52 and a half minutes in Birmingham Saturday night because they both got bupkis for their effort. Yeah, tell you what, only 5 games on the docket, okay? Hawaii wins, Farmageddon's got a bad beat, and we got a no contest. I mean, this is going to be a hell of a college football season.
All right. Hey, however you got to get yourself ready for it. I didn't need anything more than a ball being kicked to have my enthusiasm there. But if it's the no contest, David, that leads you to believe This is going to be a great football season.
Yep.
So then whatever it takes to get you there, my friend. I am fired up. We're raring to go with one game that mattered in the books because the other ones really didn't matter. And then we get going in full force on Thursday, early evening, with the early bird special of Boise and South Florida.
That's right. Brought to you by Cracker Barrel. They'll have the old logo back by 5:30 on Thursday, sponsoring South Florida and Boise State, presented by Cracker Barrel.
Boy, they could use it.
Exactly.
They could use it.
We're trying to help them here. Here's the funny thing. I have not gone. So apparently they've redesigned the inside of the Cracker Barrels. I've actually talked to a couple of people who have gone. They love the redesign on the inside. All anybody's talking about, though, is the logo on the outside. To me, this is simple. You just come back. You say, listen, our research said we needed to do a redesign. So we did on the inside. Unfortunately, we changed the logo. We screwed up. We're going back to the old logo. So, I mean, you literally do the ad. Have the person say we screwed up. We're going back to the old logo. So, new Cracker Barrel, open up the doors. Okay, old logo. What do you say? Give us a try. Meatloaf, half price.
That may do it.
Throw that in too.
Once you start discounting, you've crossed the line. You never can come back from it. I don't think Cracker Barrel's ever been a place that's been big on the discount.
Well, just for Labor Day weekend. That's all. It's an I'm sorry.
I understand. I understand. But you're one, I think you would admit, you tend to like to give things away.
Yes. But you're the chef in the relationship here. You're the cook. I mean, every now and then, don't you have to make an I'm sorry meal? Okay. Don't you have to cook her favorite? Okay. Or mom's favorite if you screwed up. I mean, you've been in that situation. Don't you have to? That's all I'm saying. Okay. Just go old logo for Labor Day weekend, half price meatloaf. That's it.
Whatever you need to do.
Okay.
I'm not going to argue about meatloaf and prices of things we can't control. Let's talk about sports and games and other things we can't control where we think we know a lot more about them.
Well, what spurred on that conversation? The Boise State, South Florida, early bird special. Once again, it was sports that inspired it, Mark. Don't kid yourself. It's always sports that inspires all of our conversations here on Miller and Moulton. So there.
Little interesting golf. Tommy Fleetwood finally wins on the PGA Tour. And what a time to win the biggest prize of the year.
Do you think he was sandbagging us? Do you think he had what he finished in the top 5 and the other 2 FedEx Cup, tournaments, and he had an opportunity there 2 months ago with Keegan, 1-shot lead on 18, and he lost. Do you think he was sandbagging us? He's like, listen, this is not enough money for me to win. Okay, you know what I need? Do we have a $10 million first place prize tournament? Do we have a limited field $10 million first place prize tournament? If so, that's the one I'm going to win. So I think he sandbagged us. That's all. And then he said, all right, I got to get this out of the way before the Ryder Cup because, we're going to get heckled at Bethpage as it is. I got to give him just a little less material to work with. All right. Hey.
That was my biggest takeaway from this is I'm already thinking of what Keegan's going to do on Wednesday and good for Tommy Fleetwood, truly. I've called him Chokewood for a long time. I'm happy that he was able to get the horse into the barn. I'd text 3 buddies when he was on like 7 and said, so, he going to win this or is he going to do what he always does? And he managed to get it done. So good for him. But also bad for us.
Why
and by
not?
us, I mean the United States.
Why?
You don't want any more confidence going to the European team than's needed. It would have been much better for us as Americans rooting for the Ryder Cup team to see Tommy Fleetwood fall apart and Cantlay overtake him and win, and an American win the tournament. That's, from a Ryder Cup standpoint, would have been better.
I disagree. Okay. Tommy Fleetwood is such money in the Ryder Cup. I'm hoping that this breaks his mojo. He always played his best golf for the Ryder Cup. I'm hoping he got it out of his system over the weekend in Atlanta. I hope he shows up in New York a month from now. He doesn't have it. He's lost it. I hope he goes on a bender. I hope he goes back across the pond. Okay. Apparently his wife was still back home. Go home. Okay. Put the clubs away. You've played a lot of golf, Tommy. Okay. Get rusty. Put on a couple pounds.
And maybe the world's best player will putt a little better from inside of 10 feet at Bethpage a month from now.
I got to blame the new caddy. Who's the old caddy? I mean, it's the only thing that was different. Well, I'm kidding. Lighten up. A little golf humor.
So, a little bit of football to wet your whistle. The Tour Championship that will lead us to the Ryder Cup. And a pretty good show lined up for you today as well. They did play some NFL preseason football, and there are some stories from that. We'll go to Cleveland and talk to Chris Easterling, who covers the Browns for the Akron Beacon Journal, and Brad Gillie to talk NASCAR with us in the 9 o'clock hour, right here on Miller and Moulton. When you're craving the real taste of Chicago, there's only one name to know. Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches, piled high, dipped just right, and bursting with flavor. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Michael, the Sanders family is being treated like crap. Okay.
Again.
The one guy had like minus 60 yards or minus 40 yards for the game. He was sacked a bunch of times. He had 3 runs that he didn't get back to the line of scrimmage. Oh, yeah, by the way, his other brother got ejected because he punched a player, and he was a borderline guy to make the team. He was. He is probably going to get picked up on waivers by somebody because there are teams that need help in the defensive backfield. The Sanders family didn't get treated like crap. The Sanders family didn't play well over the weekend, Michael. They didn't.
Worst case scenario, Michael Shiloh's going to be on the practice squad of the Bucks. But he was borderline.
Thing. And I've been paying attention to that in Tampa. Right. The people I read, he had a good camp, and he was borderline. He had to do everything perfectly to make that team.
And before he got himself ejected, all right, he also committed a pass interference penalty.
Correct.
I mean, he had a bad night. And, when you're an undrafted free agent. I mean, Todd Bowles and Dion are friends also. I mean, so
What offense was Shadur supposed to play with? Flacco played the one game. He went 9 for 10. Oh, yeah, by the way, how a competent quarterback plays in the preseason.
Michael, the whole Browns quarterback situation is a mess. The second, third, and fourth string quarterbacks all got hurt in training camp. Okay, and they don't want to play the first stringer much for the obvious reason. So the whole thing was a
He
mess.
shouldn't. He's done nothing. Michael, tell me what he's done to deserve to be a backup quarterback in the NFL. He has not done a damn thing. Because he was okay at Colorado, he should be a second string quarterback? Come on, Michael. You can keep beating this dead horse as long as you want. You're wrong, young man, and you are way wrong.
I think they're doing him and Dylan Gabriel a solid by keeping them both. They both had good moments. They both had bad moments.
And I understand why Flacco being 40, if you were a Browns fan, would scare you, Left Twix. But he's better than the other three, and it's not a discussion. It's not at all a discussion.
I mean, Michael, objectively, okay, if Flacco got banged up, who would you rather have come into the game to finish out the series or the quarter or the game? Tyrone Huntley or Sanders? And they cut Huntley. I'd rather have Huntley finish the game. Long term, no. But
And Brown Chicken, you're exactly right. He goes backwards and he holds on to the ball too long. He throws a great ball, but he holds on to the ball and goes backwards. Exact things I said after the college football season. Could not agree with you more.
And Michael, Tommy DeVito played with the third string over the weekend and looked like Tom Brady. That's the difference. One guy's been in the league 3 years. The other guy's been in the league 3 weeks. So it takes time. Sonny, it's the best rivalry in baseball right now. Hey.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. A lot of things that we could put in a poll question. By the way, I want to start promoting tomorrow's show. I don't know if on paper we've ever had a better show than the show we're going to have tomorrow. We're going to have Gary Danielson in studio for the entire 7 a.m. Eastern hour. We used to do this back in the day, weekly during the college football season. And it was Gary's idea that said, listen, it's my final year, all right? Probably be my final year coming on your show. What do you say we started off the way we used to do it? I'll come in studio. Hot damn. So Gary Danielson for the whole 7 a.m. hour tomorrow. Pat Kerwin at 8 a.m. to do a couple
2 segments, right?
Yeah, on the National Football League. We hear that's popular. And then David Sampson's going to join us to start the bonus hour at 9 a.m. Huh? Danielson, Kerwin, and Sampson, that's a hell of a law firm. And it's all on Miller and Moulton tomorrow. So there. All right. I guess Keegan's got to announce his Ryder Cup picks at what, 11 a.m. Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday morning it's being announced.
So today, tomorrow, when do you want to do should Keegan pick himself?
Probably today or tomorrow. We can't really do it Wednesday because people
Right.
answer the question all day long.
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
I think we can put that up. That can be a question today.
If you were Keegan Bradley, would you pick yourself for the Ryder Cup team? I'm not saying this because I said it late last week and I want to pat myself on the back, but I do think it comes down to, is Keegan picking himself or is he picking Scotty Scheffler's best friend and Sam Burns? I think everything else is settled. I really do. I mean, JT was 7. He's on the team. All right. Now, he hasn't played worth a darn, but does anybody think that Colin Morikawa at 8 is not going to be on the team? I mean, so he's on the team.
Yeah, those 8 are done.
Right.
And I think Ben Griffin's on the team.
At 9, yeah. He's been top 10, top 12 all summer long. Yeah. I think the top 9 are done. So now we got 3 spots that are open. All right. I think Cantlay, with his experience, his track record, his Ryder Cup and President's Cup record are money. And he was top 15 in the points. I think Cantlay is on the team. Who's the guy who won recently, who was like 14th in the points, I think?
Cam Young.
Okay. It loves the course, the whole – Cam Young, I think, is done. Over McNeely, over Harmon, I think Cam Young and Cantlay, boom, boom. So now there's 1 spot left. And it's either does Keegan pick himself or does he take Sam Burns there, who's 16?
So you don't think Maverick McNeely's on the team?
At all. Nope.
Okay, I do.
Has not played, had 1 tournament in the last few months where he's played well. Happened to be 2 tournaments ago, but no. And I know he's apparently a great guy. Apparently he'd be awesome in the room. He's a lot of enthusiasm. Everybody likes him, the whole deal. No.
Yeah, I think I'm fascinated by what you just said because of this. Keegan Bradley, as we've pointed out in this show a few times, was in the top 12. He was 11th last time.
Right.
And was picked over by guys who didn't make the top 12 in points. And you only have to take the top 6. The other 6 are captain's picks. We understand that. I don't think Keegan Bradley is going to look past guy 10 on the list to take guy 15 after what happened to him. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, it's good reasoning. Okay. And I think recent form is a really big factor. Keegan has said, in fact, Keegan is making the entire team play in a PGA tournament 2 weeks before the Ryder Cup. He's making everybody go to Napa and play so that the U.S. doesn't have what happened 2 years ago, which is most of the guys hadn't played a competitive round in 4 to 6 weeks. And he thought it affected the U.S. team.
And that's why, to me, I know recent form may be important, but at the same time, it's a month away. A lot can happen to a guy's golf game in 4 weeks.
I know. But
the lack to me of pressure at the Tour Championship, because I don't think there's any pressure at that tournament. There was for Tommy Fleetwood because he's never won before. So getting the horse in the barn is something he couldn't do, and having to do that's pressure. I don't care if it's a Tour Championship or the Valspar. If you've never won, winning is pressure. But for the rest of those guys, that's a cash grab, kids. That's 4 days of fun golf in Atlanta, making some birdies to make lots of money.
Unless you thought you were playing to impress Keegan and make the Ryder Cup team, and that's self-imposed pressure. You're right, Mark. That's a total cash grab. That's man. Can you believe we get to play golf for a living? By the way, maybe this LIV idea, lots of money, limited field, this isn't the worst thing in the world. I'll even play an extra 18 holes for the kind of money they're throwing around this weekend. But I'm with you. Hey, throw this out there. Do you think that Fleetwood, it's one thing to win the Tour Championship. It's another thing to win the FedEx Cup title. You can win the Tour Championship and not win the FedEx Cup title. All right. Do you think Fleetwood should have won? Because the FedEx Cup title is a season-long thing. I mean, I know Scheffler's going to win Player of the Year and all that, but do you think that they should separate that? It's one thing you had the best week in Atlanta amongst 30 golfers, but should you win the FedEx Cup title? Now, Fleetwood, you could argue, should win the title for this reason, Mark. He finished third, fourth, and first in the 3 playoff events. I mean, I think Scheffler had the best net result of the 3 tournaments.
But David, I hold on here, because I think you're wrong. This year, whoever won the Tour Championship won the FedEx Cup. There was no way for Scottie Scheffler to win the FedEx Cup without winning yesterday.
Right. They
changed it.
Yes,
years ago they could, because they had that stupid staggered start. They don't know what they want to do with their team. They really, NASCAR had the same pride. This is where NASCAR and golf are very similar. They want a season points champ, if you will, but they want, from a television standpoint, to have the last event determined.
Right. Correct. No, they've gone back and forth. They've had it where, if you win one, you win the other. They've had it where you could split it. And I get now it's if you win one, you win the other. What I'm wondering is, should we have it where if you win one, you win the other? Or should the FedEx Cup title just be a playoff thing? Whoever has the best aggregate finishes of the 3 playoff events.
Well, I brought that up last week, and I thought you told me it was the dumbest idea you've ever heard. I literally brought up that exact scenario last week, and you damn near laughed me off the show.
Well, now I think it might have some merit to it. I mean, I pondered it over the weekend, and I thought,
So you say it has merit.
No.
It's bat blank crazy.
No. I sat there yesterday. I'm watching Fleetwood on the back 9, and I'm like, that Miller had this idea. You know what? Come to think of it, 2 days later, there's something to this. I shouldn't have been so rash.
Here's the thing. I even believe, and I'm a golf fan, I think most golf fans don't care.
At all.
It is a sport that is measured by one thing and one thing only. How many majors do you win? That's how we measure greatness in the sport of golf. They have tried, for the sake of sponsorship, to come up with a season-long title. I would like to see all 3 tournaments be, and the same thing. Break it down. Guys miss the cut. They're done, and it's the total of the 3. The starting 5, that's 5 things. That's next.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
YouTube user, I don't think that's the worst idea, but they'll never do it because match play is horrific television. We talked about that a couple of weeks ago, too. Someone had an idea of whether it's the last 32 and played over, 4 days or 64 over 5. I think it's a great golf way to do it. It's a horrific television product. Match play doesn't work on TV because you're down to 2 guys. What if it's a blowout? What if neither of them are popular guys?
A lot of dead time.
Ton of dead time. That's
Not
it.
a lot of
At least with
shots.
the Ryder Cup, you've got all these you have at least 4 matches going. Think about the end of the morning or afternoon sessions of the Ryder Cup, and when 3 of the matches are over, and how much dead time there is with the one match.
It's why there was always a third place match when they did the match play tournament. It was so there could be 2 matches going on at the same time for television purposes.
I didn't even know that the Live Golf was match play until this morning when I was looking up events that I didn't watch over the weekend. Live Golf doesn't even enter my radar. Unless David gives me who won in the starting 5, I otherwise wouldn't know. I really wouldn't.
I don't even know who won the match play between DeChambeau's team and Rahm's team. I don't even know who won.
I know Rahm beat Phil.
Yes. In the semis, 2-1.
That's the only thing I could tell you. That's the only reason I know that it was even match play.
Phil's team had a huge upset in the first round. Rahm's team apparently went to a playoff. DeChambeau shot 62 yesterday in the match play final and lost. I switched over after Fleetwood to watch Brooke Henderson. The final 2 holes win the Canadian. As in TV ratings, Johnny? No. They'll come out later today, tomorrow.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Chris Easterling, an hour from now, to talk about the Browns and their quarterback saga. And people are fired up about this. My goodness, NFL people are yelling at each other about it. I mean, it's one thing for fans and be yelling at each other and yelling at coaches and teams and NFL people, but you got NFL people yelling at each other about preseason quarterback play? Wow. Chris Easterling, Akron Beacon Journal, will join us 1 hour from now. Brad Gillie, they've determined the 16 cars that are in the playoffs in NASCAR. It came down to literally the final 3 feet in Daytona Saturday night. He'll join us in the bonus hour. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
death, taxes, and the Red Sox beating the Yankees. Those were the 3 things that we could sleep on every night, seemingly, until last night. The Yankees, after losing 8 in a row to the Red Sox in the same season. Unbelievable. Jazz Chisholm with 2 homers. Grisham with 2 homers. Rodon with a 1-hitter into the 6th. Yankees beat the Red Sox 7-2. Boston remains 5 back at Toronto, who did lose the final game of the series in Miami to the Marlins 5-3. It is worth noting, Blue Jays have now played 5 consecutive games without Vladdy Jr. because of a hamstring injury. Those things can linger. We'll see when they get them back. Seattle got 2 homers from Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, with his 48th and 49th homers of the year, the most home runs by a catcher ever. And it's August. What do you want to put the over-under at?
55.5.
I'm going over.
I know, and I'll keep it there for now. I think you're right, but as you well know, guys can go through a stretch of not hitting the long ball.
And he's a catcher. They can wear down late in the season. 5 weeks left. He's going to play every day. So Cal Raleigh with 49 homers. Mariners beat the A's 11-4. Seattle picks a game up on Houston. They're now 2 back in the West. Astros lost in Baltimore 3-2. By the way, your Texas Rangers, Mark, quietly have gotten off the deck. They swept the Cleveland Guardians 5-0. I mean, they're still 4.5 back in the wild card. It's a long shot, but they're back to 500. I can talk about them again.
Yeah, at the expense of the Guardians,
who are now below
the
Mendoza line, so we can't talk about them for a little bit. Kansas City salvaged the final game of the series against the Tigers 10-8. Detroit's 10.5 up, by the way, in the Central with 5 weeks to go.
Well, and now a game and a half up on Toronto for the 1 seed in the AL as well, David.
Royals 3 back of the Mariners, I believe, for the final playoff spot in the American League. The Red Sox, Yankees, and Mariners, I believe, are all separated by 1 game Boston technically the 4, the Yankees the 5, and Seattle the 6. That literally can change by the hour. To the National League. You know, the Phillies, give them credit. They got awful news last week. First, with the blocked artery in Zach Wheeler's right pitching arm. Then the news he's going to have thoracic outlet surgery, which in some cases have ended careers. Strasburg, never the same after it. Matt Harvey, never the same after it. However, there's apparently 2 different types of thoracic outlet surgeries and injuries. They think Zach Wheeler has the least severe of them, and so they're optimistic it's just a 6 to 8 week recovery, and he'll be back early to midseason next year. Let's hope so. He's been the best pitcher in the National League for the last 6 years on average. Let's hope Zach Wheeler comes back. Phillies are going to have to get it done the rest of this year without him. They continue to get it done. They edge Washington 3-2. They're leading the East is 7 over the Mets, who did take 2 of 3 in Atlanta, which is shocking. But they lost yesterday 4-3, the Braves scoring 2 in the 8th to win. And the Reds nearly got swept in Arizona, but they showed up yesterday and beat the Diamondbacks 6-1. So they're a game and a half behind the Mets, 2 in the loss column for the final playoff spot in the National League. Mets and Reds, Labor Day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Play 3 games in Cincinnati. Somehow I have a feeling that's going to go a long way to decide who's going to make the playoffs and who's not. What's up with the San Francisco Giants? Did they not know yesterday in Milwaukee was like the culmination of Bob Uecker weekend? All right. I mean, literally, they had the Uecker family there. They had the Uecker, patch on all the uniforms. All the Brewers were out in the field. The name on the back of their jersey said Uecker. Okay. The Brewers had a 3-2 lead with 2 outs in the 9th. What the heck, San Francisco? Really? Did you not get the script? Okay. Milwaukee is supposed to win. 2 out, 2 RBI hit by the Giants. They beat the Brewers 4-3. Milwaukee's lead in the Central is down to 5 because the Cubs went to Los Angeles and swept the Angels 4-3. Just saying. Remember when Milwaukee won game 1 of the 5-game series last week and their lead was like 8? Yeah, it's down to 5 with 5 weeks to go. Now, the Brewers and Cubs don't play one another, though, the rest of the year, and Milwaukee won the season series. Dodgers got 2 homers from Freddie Freeman. Ohtani at his 45th. LA avoids the sweep in San Diego. They beat the Padres 8-2. The 2 teams are tied with 31 to go. They don't play again the rest of the year. That's bad scheduling, by the way. Okay, final 5 weeks of the season, Dodgers and Padres don't play one another? When you're sitting down and doing the schedules, you don't think the Dodgers and the Padres are going to contend in the West? Anyway, LA won the season series, so they own the tiebreak. Skeens with 7 shutout innings. Pirates have won 4 in a row. They beat the Rockies 4-0. Rays got a grand slam from Junior Caminero in a 7-2 win over the Cardinals after a 4-hour and 25-minute rain delay. Man, the Cardinals had to be honked. Airport's right there. We can't go? White Sox, Colson Montgomery homered for his 3rd straight game. They shut out the Twins, who have lost 5 of 6, 8-0. All right, NFL. Tomorrow's cutdown day. All the teams got to go from 90 to 53. Many of them have already started their cuts. Bucks let go of safety Shiloh Sanders. He had a rough weekend. He gave up. He was borderline. He was fighting for the final safety spot with 2 other guys, committed a pass interference penalty, then got involved in a fight, threw a punch, got ejected. He got cut. Cowboys told longtime offensive lineman Lael Collins, yeah, I know we called you back in because we had injuries, but we're going to have to let you go. Vikings trade quarterback Sam Howell to the Eagles and then signed Carson Wentz. What took them so long?
Don't know, David. I don't know. Thought the same thing when I finally caught the story at some point yesterday. I was like, wow, okay, there we go.
Chiefs reacquire defensive tackle Derek Nottie from the Jets. He had played 7 years with the Chiefs, signed with the Jets as a free agent, was going to come down to the final cut. Chiefs didn't take any chances. They signed him back. They need a interior defensive lineman. Raiders announced that backup quarterback Aiden O'Connell broke his right wrist in the preseason finale. He's right-handed. That's a real problem. He's going to miss 6 to 8 weeks, and they don't have a quarterback outside of Geno Smith on the roster with any experience. So will the Raiders be looking for a veteran? Jameis Winston, hello? Hello? Anybody? College football, mentioned it earlier. UC Davis and Mercer, 2 of the top 12 teams in the FCS. A no contest. Weather with 7.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Rain, lightning, couldn't finish the game. UC Davis was leading 23-17. Doesn't matter. Nothing counts. None of the bets count. None of the stats count. The one loss doesn't count. Nothing. It's like it never happened. Golf. Tommy Fleetwood finally wins on the PGA Tour in his 164th start. He wins the Tour Championship and a boatload of money. A very popular win. When's the last time you saw a non-American win a regular tour event and have it be as popular as Tommy Fleetwood's win yesterday? I mean, obviously, most everybody was thrilled for Rory winning the Masters, but this might have been the second most popular win all year on tour.
Yeah, I think Keegan's was pretty popular because of where it was, but yeah, I think it's right there.
LPGA, by the way, great story. Brooke Henderson, a Canadian. She hadn't won in 2.5 years. She won the Canadian Open. Second time she's done it, but first time she did it was 7 years ago. Good for Brooke Henderson, who, by the way, calls Southwest Florida home. And in the LIV, they had the team championship finale. John Rahm's team beat Bryson DeChambeau's team in a playoff. NASCAR, Saturday Night Daytona. Ryan Blaney edged out Daniel Suarez to win. That was huge. If Suarez had won, he would have raced his way into the playoff. But instead, Blaney's win gets Alex Bowman in for the final of the 16 playoff spots. U.S. Open got underway yesterday, men's and women's action. On the men's side, Taylor Fritz, Ben Shelton, Novak Djokovic, all winners. Last night, a wild match. 13th seeded Russian Daniil Medvedev. He's going to lose in straight sets. The guy serving to beat him, a photographer thought he had won, and he runs out onto the court to get a shot of the guy serving in the tiebreak. Okay? And it leads to a 6-minute delay with Medvedev arguing, the umpire yelling at the photographer. They eventually eject the photographer and take his credentials away. And Medvedev comes back, wins the tiebreaker, wins the fourth set, but loses 6-4 in the fifth.
Well, and they also gave the guy who won his serve back. The serve was out, and then they, because of the photographer, awarded him the first serve. Medvedev went nuts.
He did.
Asked the chair umpire 4 times, "Are you a man?" Are you a man? Do you get paid? You obviously get paid by the match, not by the hour. I mean, he went nuts.
Yes, he did. And then
the crowd backed him. The crowd was on Medvedev's side. He got him riled up. The crowd was chanting, "Second serve, second serve." It was crazy.
And so Medvedev comes back, wins the tiebreak. Donuts the other guy in the fourth set, but Medvedev loses 6-4 in the fifth. And then if you get a chance, take a look at his temper tantrum. He goes and breaks like 4 rackets. Okay. I mean, he channeled his inner 14-year-old self. It was disgusting. And John McEnroe and Elin Nastasi somewhere had to be proud. Women's side, by the way, top seed Sabalenka, 4th seed Jessica Pegula, 10th seed Emma Navarro, all winners. Little League World Series, Chinese Taipei, they handled Vegas 7-0 to win the championship. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories and a temper tantrum that you needed to know about here on Miller and Moulton.
You realize for Chinese Taipei, it had been like 28 years or something since they'd won the Little League World Series? Because I just have it in my head they won every year for so long. But a
Wow.
big drought for 18 or 20, but it had been a long, long time since they had won.
Huh.
And I heard that this morning. I was like, I'll be damned.
Did not know that. Boy, a lot of pressure on those 12-year-old kids.
Absolutely not allowed back if they would have lost this
I
one.
mean, their parents all lost. I mean, they got to, hold up the family honor there. Kidding.
Only a little.
A little bit.
So we'll get our Keegan Bradley poll question up. There's nothing eventful today for a non-sports poll question.
No?
It's no big day, none of this, none of that, nothing that would get the masses excited.
No tiddlywink shuffleboard, nothing. No national whatever day.
Not really. Not anything that really had me clamoring for a secondary poll question.
No national rock Cornish hen day. No.
Rock Cornish hen?
My grandmother used to make them. They were actually pretty good. Tastes like chicken.
What doesn't? Miller and Moulton. That's two things that don't taste like chicken. That's for certain. And as I'm being informed on the text line, which is 21,000, by the way, that it was 1996, the last time Chinese Taipei had won the Little League World Series. So there.
Wow.
How about that?
Wow. We can go Clinton administration talking about the Little League World Series. That's how you finish the first hour. You bring up a random administration. Miller and Moulton. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
They are small, EB. They are small. I remember when my grandmother would make them, I'd look at her and go, "This is it? This is all we got?"
Poll questions up, David.
All right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Monday of August. Man, certain months are flying by. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. For many of you, the college football season is underway. For some of us, we're 3 or more days away from it kicking off in earnest where we can get fired up about it. NFL season, by the way, is 10 days away. Cut down days tomorrow. I mean, this sucker is moving on whether we're ready or not. Our poll question's up. Should Keegan Bradley pick himself to play on the Ryder Cup team that he's captain of? Yes or no? You know, we could have done a third choice, but we didn't want to. Just a yes or no.
What would the third choice have been?
The third choice could have been yes, but he has to resign his captaincy.
Yeah, no, he was named the captain. He's the captain. He picks the players. That to me should not be on the board.
But let's be honest.
Because the opportunity for him to play has been there since he was named captain. Only in the last month has it come out, well, if he's going to play, he needs to resign his captaincy. That wasn't ever part of the equation when he was named captain of the team. In fact, when he was named captain of the team, they wanted him to do what? Be the first playing captain since Palmer in the 60s.
I mean, he was an unusual choice. I mean, 39 years old, still a really good player. I mean, was 11th on the points list 2 years ago. And a streaky player, too, an emotional player. You can argue the type of player you'd love to have in Ryder Cup competition. But I also think, Mark, let's be honest. You know, if we injected a little truth serum, when they named him captain, did the PGA of America think, you know, he'd be a viable captain's pick 2 years later? You know, pretty old for golf. Not old, but, you know, I mean, right around 40. I mean, the guys that are getting it done are in their late 20s, early 30s. I mean, hell, Rory's mid-30s. He's got gray hair on the side, for goodness sake. So, I mean, come on. I think if we injected truth serum in the PGA of America, did they really think Keegan would be a viable captain's pick in 2025?
No. No, but they were aware that the possibility existed.
Yes.
And they should have been aware, obviously, like all the points you just mentioned. But his play from 37 to 39 didn't slip.
No, it was very good. I heard something. Somebody wrote something. I don't know who. I love to give credit to who provides the material, but I'm sorry, I forgot who it was that I read, who wrote, "Isn't sports supposed to be fun? I mean, isn't this Ohtani? Isn't this Travis Hunter? I mean, shouldn't we all want this? Isn't this awesome? Shouldn't we all be rooting for playing Captain Keegan Bradley?" And I got to admit, Mark, it knocked me right on my tuchus as I was reading it, because I do think sports needs to be more fun. Okay.
I think we say that often on this show, actually.
Right. I mean, we're encouraging people to lighten up all the time, taking many things way too seriously. I mean, I'll editorialize here right now. I mean, we as a country need to lighten up. Man, there's serious stuff out there to get bent out of shape about. Okay, Deion's kid in the Cleveland Browns is not one of them, but I digress.
Neither's the Cracker Barrel logo. But
Right.
we'll move on.
Back to the Ryder Cup. I mean, it's true. Who among us is going, Ohtani shouldn't be pitching? It's not a good look. It's bad for baseball, him trying to do two things. Okay? I mean, between Miller and Moulton, either one of us ever say, Travis Hunter should focus on one side of the ball. No, we love this. Oh, we don't know if it's going to work, but we love it. Do it. Knock yourself out. I hope you're the greatest football player of all time, Travis Hunter. I really do. I hope you're amazing.
Me too. We're rooting for him. We've pointed out how hard it is.
Right.
That Irwin thinks it's damn near impossible.
Right.
And not because of the athleticism, by the way, because there are only so many hours in a practice day and the meetings you have to be in to prepare, et cetera, et cetera. He just thinks that, Tuesday at 11, as he says, or Wednesday at 11, when they break to go to the meeting rooms, half the team goes to the defensive meeting rooms and half the team goes to the offensive meeting rooms. Where's Travis going? And that's a legit question from a guy that's run a personnel department.
Here's the one thing I'm having trouble with for Keegan Bradley. And yes, I think the Ryder Cup captaincy is a bigger deal than you do. You've laughed at it for many a year thinking, boy, this is really strenuous. We got to pick outfits, and then we got to decide, who am I pairing with Scheffler? This is hard. But then why was Keegan talking about how exhausted he's been the last couple weeks? Okay, and he can't wait to get – this is just to who his 6 captains picks are going to be. And this apparently is wearing him out. He says it's affected his game. Well, hell, we're not even at the Ryder Cup yet. And you're worn out and it's affected your game? Well, then what are you going to be like in a month?
I actually think I'm on his side in this regard, David.
Okay.
Put yourself in his shoes. He was passed over. It hurt badly that he didn't make the team. I mean, it bothered him a lot. He now knows he has to do that same thing to 3 people.
To Maverick McNeely at 10. Yes, he does. Yep.
And that's what's wearing on him. That's what's wearing on him, is the fact that he has to let a couple of people down. Now, you think it's only one. I think it could be more than that. You're convinced that that Cantlay and Cam Young there are already on the team.
Yeah, I think the top 9 are on the team. I think he's got 3 decisions to make, and I think he's saying no to guys 10, 12, and 13. Did he still finish 11 or did he move up? Okay, so McNeely finished 10 ahead of him, but Keegan's been the better player in 2025. I will say, and I am not a huge Brandel Chamblee guy. I watched Chamblee last night, who said, listen, I've gone back and forth on this. so you can criticize everything I say about Keegan as a captain. And this is Brandel talking about himself. He goes, but if you're being objective here, if recent form, if you want to talk 2025, the last 6 months, Keegan's outplayed, and he listed all the guys. He said he's outplayed Cantlay, he's outplayed McNeely, he's outplayed Harmon, and he said, he goes, listen, if you're just looking at this objectively, you'd pick Keegan Bradley. You can't put this team together objectively and not have Keegan Bradley on it. He said if he wasn't a Ryder Cup captain, he'd be on the team, which I thought was interesting. So there you go.
The other side of it is you have all these, I think 2 former European captains say it'd be the worst decision ever if Keegan Bradley chose himself. I want him to choose himself, and I want the U.S. to win badly. I don't believe we have the better team. I think they have the better team. I do.
By the way, did you see how, quick tangent here, how it came down for Europe? They do the same thing. They have the 6 automatic spots. Here's the funny thing. One of the Hogard brothers there didn't qualify for the FedEx Cup playoffs. The FedEx Cup playoffs don't count for the European Ryder Cup team's point total. So the guys who weren't in the top 6, who are in the FedEx Cup playoffs, the Sepp Strakas, the Obergs, and what have you, they're not helping their cause to get on the European Ryder Cup team because they're playing in America. Meanwhile, this Hogard guy didn't make the FedEx Cup playoffs. He's playing DP World Tour events and earning points. And all he needed over the weekend was to finish in the top 30 of Nick Faldo's tournament. And he would have earned enough points to go from 7th to 6th and get an automatic spot. And he finished T13. And Rasmus Hogard earns the 6th and final guaranteed spot because he wasn't a good enough golfer to be in the FedEx Cup playoffs, and the guys he was competing against were.
But if you look closely at the European list, I think it's really down to 12 or 13. I think the first 11 are all slam dunks.
But they think now the final 6 picks are done. That there's Luke Donald, that it's just done. Instead of it coming down to that, is it Harry Hall or, even do you take Sergio as an outlier? That now the 6 picks are obvious. It's like Straka, Oberg, it's
Matt Fitzpatrick, Victor Hovland, Oberg, Straka, Shane Lowry, Matt Fitzpatrick. That's basically 7 through 11. And then Matt Wallace is 12. Thomas Dietrich is 13, which would be a good pick. And Harry Hall, who you mentioned, is 17. He makes a lot of birdies.
Right. So, anyway, they don't think Lucas Glover has any work.
Luke Donald.
I'm sorry.
But we'll see. Keegan Bradley does have work.
Yep, he does.
And I said yes, he should pick himself. That was my vote on our poll question. Should Keegan Bradley select himself to the Ryder Cup team? Yes or no? It's that simple. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. If you want to text the show and love getting in early on a Monday morning, opening up the text line and seeing all of the chatter that you had given me through the weekend on a variety of different topics. Thanks so much for chiming in. 21,000 is the number. If you've never texted the show before, Tampa St. Pete, text the keyword Miller to 21,000, and then you can text as much as you would like. Very happy to have Tampa St. Pete back on board. They joined us on Wednesday, and now Jacksonville, Tampa St. Pete, Lake City and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte and surrounding areas, Fort Myers and Naples, and Huntsville, Alabama. Happy to have you all on board. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hatton's on the Euro team. He's top 6.
I mean, imagine you're Luke Donald. So you got your 6 automatics: Rory, McIntyre, Fleetwood, Hatton, Hogard, and Rose. Tell me who you're not taking amongst these 6. Sepp Straka, Oberg, Hovland, Fitzpatrick, Rahm, and Shane Lowry. By the way, that would be 11 of the same 12 who kicked our 2 years ago. The only new guy is Hogard. You know who was on the team 2 years ago? His brother. Well, EB, congratulations to you and your son. That's awesome.
Sonny, you really think Bryson's playing better than Scotty Scheffler?
Hello.
Just a question. I'll hang up and listen. Now, that would be interesting, Wes.
I don't think they would turn on him that quickly, but I think they'd turn on him by Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, you're right. By Saturday, yeah. I was thinking Thursday, Friday, but Friday by.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Chris Easterling of the Akron Beacon Journal will join us in a little more than 15 minutes to talk about the greatest soap opera going in the NFL today. No, it's not Micah Parsons and his saga in Dallas. It's not Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati. It's not Terry McLaurin in our nation's capital. Hell, it's not even all three of those storylines combined. It's the savage injustice being done to Deion's kid in Cleveland. I mean, Trump needs to get involved. This is a national disgrace of the highest order. The intentional destruction of a young man's career by the NFL and the Cleveland Browns in a concerted effort. And we need congressional overhaul or a presidential executive order right now to stop this. Man, are people been out of shape about the Cleveland Browns quarterback situation? How bored are we?
You know who may be really benefiting from this? That kid from Michigan you like so much that they took in the first round. Because no one's talking about their first round pick. No one's talking about any of their other picks. They're talking about their fifth round pick.
And a little bit about their third round pick because, you know, he's lumped in the same position group as the fifth round pick.
And how dare they take two quarterbacks in the same draft?
Yeah.
Why would they do that to Shedeur Sanders? That's not fair.
I mean, no team does that. I mean, it's not like the Redskins did that in the first and fourth rounds, 13, 14 years ago. Taking the Heisman Trophy winner from Baylor in the first round and Kirk Cousins in the fourth. I mean, and you know who was doing that? Some football idiot named Mike Shanahan. What the hell does he know?
I will say some of the Micah stuff really makes me laugh now. And I guess it's all of my years broadcasting minor league hockey in which if a guy was hungry before the game, the only thing for them to get was maybe for me to sneak them something out of the press room or to simply go to the concession stand. And while Micah was not going to play on Friday, over the weekend, Saturday, whatever it was, He grabbed some nachos pregame.
Yes, he did.
And was walking through an area that's VIP-ish.
Yep.
At Cowboy Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And there were fans taking a tour at that time in which a Cleveland fan yelled out to him, "Come to the Browns." He looked back at the fan and gave the "call me" signal with his thumb and pinky finger.
Right.
Then he was so bored with the game that he laid down on the training table during the game.
Right. And he was only there for a brief time, but that's when people got the pictures. So they made it seem like he literally watched the game laying on the trainer's table. That's not what happened. He was there for a very short time, but people got their video. And yeah, Mike is bored with everything that's going on in Dallas, just like many of us are bored with the story of what's going on in Dallas. But
And
Mark,
all of these, and I know we're going to get to Cleveland in a minute. We've got a whole segment to talk about their 8th string quarterback. The only one of these that matters to me, and we haven't brought it up, I think the biggest of all, like the Sanders thing doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Okay, if he's great, he's going to start out as the 2. It looks as if they're going to keep 4 quarterbacks. I still think Kenny Pickett could get dealt this week. Wouldn't surprise me in the least. The only reason I wouldn't do it if I was Cleveland is I have not gotten enough out of Gabriel or Sanders that I trust them to be my 2. But the one, Micah Parsons, that's a big deal to Dallas. I get it. Hendrickson, big deal to the Bengals. But explain to me how the Washington Commanders get back to the postseason without McLaurin.
I'll hang up and listen, Mark. I'm right there with you.
That's the one that's not being talked about at all, and that's the biggest one to me. Now, I'm hopeful that they get that done. But then you start worrying about how ready is he to play? And could that lead to an injury because he's not been at camp the whole time?
Well, let's be honest, though. Most teams don't believe that any of these guys are going to miss game checks. Okay. I think to Peters and the Commanders that the Terry McLaurin situation is a few days away from beginning, if you know what I mean. Once we get down to close to a week out, like if he doesn't show up over the weekend, it's like, So,
that would be a decent poll question for this week. Which one of those 3, Hendrickson, Parsons, or McLaurin, are most like a game check? Because you're right, David. At the end of the day, that's what it boils down to. These guys want to get paid. And while they want to get paid down the road, they don't want to miss getting paid every week during the regular season. Miller and Moulton, our poll question today happens to be golf related. It's about Keegan Bradley and whether or not he should select himself for the Ryder Cup team. Right now, 52% of you think that he should. Close voting. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. David mentioned it earlier today. We're already excited about tomorrow's show. We'd say it's a dandy. We really would. Gary Danielson in studio for the entire 7 o'clock hour. Pat Kerwin for 2 segments in the 8 o'clock hour. And then our weekly chat with David Sampson to begin the 9 o'clock hour. All on Miller and Moulton coming up. But we will talk more Cleveland Browns. Chris Easterling covers the Browns for the Akron Beacon Journal. He'll join us in 10 minutes times. Brad Gillie to talk NASCAR to begin the bonus hour.
I'm glad the Vikings signed Wentz. I am. I'm a little surprised he was still available. Don't know what he was waiting for. Was he waiting to see was a starting quarterback going to get hurt anywhere? And when it was obvious that, that wasn't going to happen, although a couple of them did actually play. I mean, Andy Reid played Mahomes in the first string for a good chunk of the first half in the preseason finale. But was it then and only then? And Wentz backed up Mahomes last year in Kansas City. Is that when Wentz decided, well, okay, I'll take the best backup situation I can find? I mean, he grew up in North Dakota, played his college ball in Fargo. I mean, I'll bet he grew up a Vikings fan for whatever that matters. But now here he is backing up in Minnesota. I think it's a really good signing for the Vikings.
Speaking of the Vikings, pay attention to this one today. Trey Palmer is expected to get traded by the Bucs today. He's not going to make the 53. And Chad Forbes reporting that the Bucs are expecting to trade Palmer, and the Vikings looking like a logical fit because they need some receiver help.
I wonder, by the way, if this is leverage being thrown out there because who they really want is Thielen back from Carolina.
Yes.
And I wonder if this is the Vikings throwing that out there so they can get Carolina to go, okay, maybe we should trade him Thielen and get something. Just wondering. I mean, it's not like that stuff doesn't happen.
No, it's a fair question.
It's not like the teams don't use the media to their benefit.
Well, and like you will see some of these trades to fill roster spots because, Tennessee came right out and said, hey, one of the things about being the worst team in the league is we're the first one to claim waivers, and we have been working our tails off to scout every preseason game, try to figure out who's going to get cut here and there because they get to pick up all the guys on the waivers. So if there's someone that's going to be cut that you think can help your team, you have to give up something for them. Miller and Moulton. Chris Easterling covers the Browns. We'll talk about Cleveland Browns next. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe. And American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
This is Miller and Moulton.
He's on.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. It's the final Monday of August. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Gary Danielson, Pat Kerwin, David Sampson, all on the show tomorrow. Brad Gillie to talk a little NASCAR coming up in our bonus hour. Our poll question, should Keegan Bradley pick himself to be on the U.S. Ryder Cup team, yes or no? It's been a close, enthusiastic vote for the last hour. Chris Easterling covers the Browns for the Akron Beacon Journal. You can follow Chris on X, the letter C, Easterling ABJ, C, Easterling, that's Easterling, L-I-N-G, and then ABJ for the Akron Beacon Journal. Chris, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this, particularly at this hour. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on. I always enjoy being on.
Chris, you're from Ohio. You've been paid to cover sports in Ohio for 30 years. You've been on the Browns beat for a while now. Has there ever been a preseason or training camp storyline like this backup third, fourth string quarterback storyline?
No, well, the way you said, there's been plenty of quarterback storylines with the Cleveland Browns, but one involving a fifth-round pick who the Browns have said all along, we want to bring him along. We want to develop him. We like his talent, but we want to bring him along and develop him. No, I've never seen something like this. This is, there's some obvious reasons. Obviously, there's the name factor and everything, but this is unbelievable. I mean, this is unbelievable because, and I think part of it is, I'm going to say this first about Shedeur Sanders. The kid himself has been nothing but professional, nothing but humble and some, I don't want to say modest, but he's been great to deal with. His teammates like him, his coaches like him. They all say the same thing. The kid wants to work. The kid works hard. The kid wants to get better. But it's everything else around it that has just made this into a circus. And it's going to be interesting to see how it proceeds going into the season, because he's going to be on the roster. They're going to carry 4 at least early on. And, when they do get down to 3, he's going to be one of the 3. But it's just, I don't know how, where's define me to describe what this has been like, because we are talking about a rookie taken in the 5th round, and name me the number of 5th round quarterbacks who people actually expected to start week 1. And he is the list by at least from a certain segment of people in society.
I am curious, when he did not get to work the 2-minute drill and was pulled in the preseason game, what were the reactions like on press row? Was there scuttlebutt then? Because obviously the fans are all up in arms out of it. I'm just curious about you and the people that cover the team. What were the discussions when he didn't get the 2-minute drill? Were people thinking that the Browns did him dirty there?
I think there were some that's like, give him, that specific instance, yes. I mean, there were people that were like, you know what? You gave him 5 series. What's wrong with giving him a 6? Let him try to redeem himself. But then there's also this. I mean, you can see, you could watch him on the sidelines. He wanted to go back in, but it was clear that Kevin Stefanski and the coaching staff had made up their mind. And the counter argument was he so much in his own head at that point that we just need to get him out. We need to get him out. We need to settle him down. We need to, and we need to give, Snoop one series, because obviously he's looking for another job now. I mean, they released him yesterday, so was that giving a veteran, here, we're going to throw you something here because so that you have something to go on, trying to get another job, because I think Tyler Huntley will get another job at some point this season. But yeah, I mean, there was definitely rumbles and like what's going on here, but I don't think it's this overall narrative that the Browns are screwing him. And that's where I draw the line. It's like, no, they're giving a 4th round quarterback with a 4th round quarterback. They actually sometimes give a 4th round quarterback, 4th string quarterback, more opportunities than a lot of 4th string quarterbacks actually get.
Chris Easterling covers the Browns for the Akron Beacon Journal, kind enough to join us here on Miller and Moulton. Maybe Stefanski has said this out loud, but I haven't heard it. Of the rookie quarterbacks, which one do you think is ahead of the other on the depth chart?
They may not have said it, but I mean, their actions say everything. Dylan Gabriel is ahead of Shedeur Sanders. Dylan Gabriel has worked with the first team offense. Dylan Gabriel was the one they took in the 3rd round. Dylan Gabriel has, he got, I think it was 2 series against Los Angeles on the last preseason game. Dylan Gabriel is ahead of Shedeur Sanders. Now, both of them, amazingly enough, are behind Kenny Pickett, who hasn't practiced, who hasn't played in a preseason game, who's only done like a couple of limited 11-on-11 reps since July. But Dylan Gabriel is ahead of Shedeur Sanders.
All right, let's talk about the team on the whole, because they weren't good last year. And if they were to get off to a good start this year, most of us would be floored. Their first 6 games, 5 of them are against playoff teams from a year ago. The other one was the only winning team with a winning record that didn't make the playoffs in Cincinnati. I mean, this is tough sledding for this Browns team. What's expected?
Well, you mentioned Cincinnati, and there's this feeling about Cincinnati. I guess you guys sort of understand the Cleveland-Cincinnati thing of it. There's obviously the in-state rivalry and all that stuff. And for some reason, although Cincinnati has sort of turned its the last three or four meetings, it's been a good matchup for Cleveland because Cincinnati's offensive line has just been so bad over the last several years. And Cleveland, you got Myles Garrett, and I think this is a strength, absolutely a strength of this team this year. This defensive line, I think, is going to be really nasty. I think Mason Graham, the fifth round, the number 5 overall pick from the draft, has really looked good in training camp. They've got a couple of other edge rushers who have really young edge rushers been in the system. I think this defensive line is nasty. You couple it with the Bengals. I mean, we watched that Bengals-Washington preseason game a week or so ago, and the struggles, Cincinnati had with them in the preseason. That's something that always seems to favor Cleveland in this matchup. Denzel Ward, he's coming back from a shoulder injury, but they expect him to play. He and Jamar Chase, he has had a lot of success against Jamar Chase. And then they think Joe Flacco. This is where the 40-year-old comes in. We can talk about the 40-year-old quarterback. Joe has looked revitalized this preseason. I think Joe really believed he had a chance to be the starter on opening day. He finally got that opportunity to be the starter for the first time, in a while, and I think he sort of provided a calming presence for this offense, and I think that's something they're banking on. That's why Dylan Gabriel, or you don't start at Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders. You mentioned the opening stretch. That's why you don't start a rookie like that, especially a rookie, a third or a fifth round rookie. Because you need a veteran to kind of navigate through those waters, and they feel like Joe can do that. Now, will Joe be the starter on November 8th, December 7th? If the season goes the way people think, probably not. But he will be on September 7th, and they think that gives them an opportunity to at least compete. Coupled with a strong defense they think they're going to have, they think they can compete and, they steal a game or two up there, in that first part of their schedule, and suddenly, confidence builds, and you have 2023 where this team, made a push for the playoffs. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that's the plan. Now, the best laid plans, as they say,
Chris,
we shall see starting in September.
For what it's worth, the two of us look at the Browns from afar, and we just don't see any explosiveness. We see them struggling to score points. We can see their defense keeping them in games. Stefanski obviously is a very good coach, all right, but we just see them ultimately losing most games because we see them struggling to get to 20. Where are the points going to come from?
Well, you hope Jerry Jeudy builds off of last year. And having a quarterback like Joe, that's, again, where Joe, the steadiness of Joe, can get Jerry going early because it wasn't until like middle of the season when Jameis came on last year that Jerry Jeudy really took off. They're hoping, for some reason, Joe is the David Njoku whisperer. He is the one quarterback who seems to have figured out David Njoku and how to unlock him and get the best out of him. So they're hoping that happens again. And then they have this kid, Harold Fannin Jr., who they drafted third round out of tight end out of Bowling Green. And I know people say Bowling Green, but he set FBS records for tight ends for receptions, yards, all this stuff. And he has really been impressive. He was really impressive in a couple of joint practices against the Eagles. He looked good in his one extended preseason. And he's a kid they really think they can use a lot for some of those explosive plays. which is what he did in college when he had some of his best games against teams like A&M and Penn State. So that's where they're hoping it gets. Their hope. Now, will that happen? That's the $1 million question, because your question is the same one we have up here. Is okay, but will you? Can they? Yeah. Will they? We shall see.
Chris, thanks for making time for us. We love having you on our show. It's going to be a hectic few weeks for you. We understand that. Hopefully we can check in later on in the year.
Absolutely. Anytime.
Chris Easterling covers the Browns, Akron Beacon Journal. He's been working in Ohio for 30 years. He's won the Sports Writer of the Year award many times. You can follow Chris on X. The letter C, Easterling, Easter, L-I-N-G, ABJ for Akron Beacon Journal. C, Easterling, ABJ.
Do they win? Do they have a win before they host Miami on October the 19th? Home for Cincinnati to start. At Baltimore. Home for Green Bay. At Detroit. Home for Minnesota. At Pittsburgh. And Minnesota's over in Europe. But so 3 road games, 2 home games, and an overseas game.
I know I should say yes, it's the NFL. Anybody could beat anybody, blah, blah, blah. No.
Yeah, I don't see it either, David.
So are we saying they're going to challenge the Saints to be on the clock? Are we putting them in Saints category here?
I don't know how we cannot. To the point you made, how their defense could be good.
Yeah.
It really could.
Yeah.
They're going to lose a lot of 21-17 type games because I just don't know how this offense produces much.
Can they keep the defense off the field? Because that defense fresh, if they play a normal amount of snaps, that is a top 8 defense in the league. That would be top quarter of the league. But I'd love to, at the end of the year, count up how many games the Browns would have won if they scored 20.
I think that's the fair question. It's a race. When you play the Browns, it's a race to 20. And to your point, because their offense we think is going to struggle so mightily, when you get to the fourth quarter, what's left in the tank for what should be a really good Browns defense?
Joe Burrow has only beaten the Browns in Cleveland once in his career, for what it's worth. I mean, the Bengals do have a bugaboo with these Browns in Cleveland. It's a fascinating week 1 matchup. Miller and Moulton, halfway home. We say goodbye to Huntsville and hello to the rest of you next. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
When you're craving the real taste of Chicago, there's only one name to know. Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches, piled high, dipped just right, and bursting with flavor. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, I will say, Fly Panda Fly, you're really, that opinion kind of flies in the headwinds of everybody else. Jimmy's got some great beef. That's what I thought. Meat. Miller and Moulton and meat. I think he has overachieved during the regular season a little bit. They've lost some playoff games that they should have won. I mean, they should have beat the Bucks. He did not have a good day on the sidelines in that game. And Jordan Love gave away the Niners game 2 years ago. Well, DC, there was a 15-win team and a 14-win team in the division. But there's no doubt that's what they have to prove. 6 of their losses last year were to the Eagles, Lions, and Vikings. And 3 teams that won 15, 14, and 14. And nobody beat those teams. Combined, they had 8 losses. You have to have a losing season, right? Or did he have his first year with Jordan Love? He had the Aaron Rodgers year where they missed the playoffs at 9-8. So I don't think he's had a losing season. So
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
we are halfway home in the 239, Tampa St. Pete, the 904. Final hour of the show, Lake City, Live Oak, and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice, and surrounding areas, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Should Keegan Bradley select himself for the Ryder Cup team? That's our poll question. It was 50-50 early on. Slight edge. Yes. Pick yourself. You're good enough. You deserve it.
And gosh darn it, people like you.
That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly. How about Chris Easterling saying, yep, I've been around Ohio sports for 30 years. We've had a few quarterback training camp stories over the years here in Ohio. There ain't never been anything like this.
No. It's a 5th round pick. And I get it. It was a free fall. No, and that's the other side of it that really doesn't need to be explained, but it was the free fall.
Right? Oh, it's everything. I mean, it's everything. This goes back to late April. This has been a 4-month saga. Right. And wow, people are wrapped up in it, though, which is funny because I think they're just bored. I think there's nothing else for them to focus their attention on. And in a matter of days, there will be. And don't you think this completely goes away here real soon?
Oh, yeah. Yes and no, though. Here's the thing, David. If we're both right.
Oh, yeah.
And it's October 18th, and they're hosting the Miami Dolphins at 0-6. Explain to me how this story goes away.
Oh, boy.
I mean, it's not going away in Cleveland if they stink. Now, if somehow they come out of those first 6, give them 2-4.
Okay.
I think it goes away.
Then they're hosting the Dolphins, and it's probably their season. If they win, then, they're still relevant. And if not, got it. There's another quarterback situation out there involving a rookie that people are getting themselves worked up about, which is funny because if you listen to New York sports talk 2 weeks ago, Giants fans were like, if anybody mentions Jackson Dart and how good he looks again, I'm going to reach through the radio or through the app and I'm going to stab you all in the neck. Giants fans didn't want to hear it. Then, of course, he continues to play well, blah, 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 blah. And now people are kind of like, well, why don't we just play him? What are we wasting our time with this Russell Wilson thing? And I will say, Mark, it's funny how things work. I believe the Giants were protecting themselves. There was no guarantee they were going to get their hands on a quarterback in this year's draft. And they knew their quarterback situation was a mess. So in the first 4 weeks of free agency, they signed Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson. And then they fell in love with Jackson Dart, and they were able to get their hands on Jackson Dart in the draft. But even then, we don't know if the kid's ready to contribute year one. He may be a project. So it's a good thing we have these 2 veteran quarterbacks. Now, Mark, the Giants are like, we got this Tommy DeVito guy that we actually love. We think he's the perfect 3rd-string quarterback. We really don't want to lose him. We think Jackson Dart is ahead of the curve. Probably should make him our number 2 quarterback. but we have both Russell and Jameis. What are we going to do? I honestly think, Mark, if the Giants had known how this was going to work out, they wouldn't have signed Russell Wilson. They signed Jameis to a 2-year deal. I think they signed Jameis first. They signed him to a 2-year deal. They'd throw him in there. He'd start for however long he starts, and then they turn it over to the kid. And Jameis goes back to being the number 2, which he knew what the situation was when he signed the contract. And then Tommy stays as the low-cost number 3.
Now they're in a position where I think they need to trade Jameis. I mean, they've got to get rid of somebody, Russ or Jameis. And Jameis is something with the contract, and you've brought this up a couple of times. It's a 2-year deal. That's significant. And there are plenty of teams who need a backup quarterback. Plenty.
And here's the funny thing, like Chris Easterling was saying about Shedeur Sanders. He goes, everybody on the Browns loves the kid. Okay, seriously, coaches like him. All the players like him. He works hard. He wants to get better. He goes, the narratives that are out there, he goes, trust me, ain't coming from inside the building here, ain't coming from the practice field about if Shedeur Sanders is a this or a that. Well, the funny thing is, it's the same thing about Jameis. I mean, even Arians, when he said we got to move on from Jameis and I got to get me somebody else, he only said that because of the turnovers. I mean, he loved the kid. Everybody. Okay, honestly, find me somebody to say a bad word about Jameis Winston in the 10 years he's been in the NFL. I dare you. I mean, dude, everybody, players love him, coaches love him. Okay, the Giants owner did 10 minutes on Jameis Winston the other day going, yeah, he's great. His attitude's amazing. It's infectious. He's always upbeat. He's like, I'm thrilled we signed him for 2 years. That room is so much better than it was the last few years, in a large part because he's in it. Now, is he a starting quarterback in the league? No, because he turns the ball over too much. Can he come in and play on 10 minutes notice? Yes. Is he exciting? Yes. For both teams? Yes.
Yeah, we all know there is good Jameis and there is bad Jameis, and it can be in the same series.
Right. I mean, we did a Monday night game in early December last year in Denver, Browns and Broncos, and the Broncos came in with like the number 1 defense this and the number 3 defense that, and Jameis threw for 500 yards. Now, he also threw 3 picks, 2 of which got returned for touchdowns, but Jameis lit him up and then cost them the game. And as DC reminded me, there's really only one person that didn't like Jameis Winston, Dennis Allen, the former coach of the Saints. Everybody else in 10 years has loved Jameis Winston. And Arians even said, I'd love to keep the kid, but, too many turnovers. Besides, we think we might get this Brady guy.
But Detroit, Dallas, just to name a couple of teams that could really use a backup quarterback right now. And the fact that you've got him signed, sealed, and delivered for 2 years.
How could Detroit not want Jameis Winston? Seriously. Are they trying? Are they trying as hard as they should be? Hendon Hooker can't play.
Well, Hendon Hooker's not the backup. The Allen kid's the backup.
Right, and he's never been able to play either.
I understand that. And I'm sure Dan Campbell would love Jameis's attitude, but I doubt he would like the turnovers. I think that would make him nervous.
Good thing is, in Detroit, you could just hand the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs. Say to Jameis, listen, Amon St. Brown's going to be open, by the way. You've been playing on teams in which the wide receivers are covered. You're playing on a team right now. That guy, he's open all the time.
People are talking about the Williams are having a big year, that he's finally coming to his own, the receiver.
Jameson?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
It's, that could be a salary cap problem, too, for Detroit going forward. Are they going to, because Amon's paid like a 1, and he is, okay, but are they going to have to T. Higgins? Is this going to be a Buccaneers situation? I mean, how much are you going to have to pay for your number 2 receiver there?
And you've already paid your tight end. You've paid your guy on defense. I mean, you paid Goff.
Right. Yeah,
Gibbs is going to have to get paid here pretty soon. So, yeah.
Right.
You're right.
That's an interesting. Now, if you're Detroit, you're like, hey, go to a Super Bowl, win me a Super Bowl. I care less. We could cut them, trade them, sign them.
We'll take the salary cap hell fallout.
Right.
If you can get to the final game. Exactly.
Right. But it's going to be an interesting situation a year from now, Jameson Williams, if he's going to be what they're saying he's about to be. Be a nice problem to have. Boy, that offense.
Yeah.
Really? No, wait. Now he's going to live up to his draft status? Blank.
Absolutely. I'm fascinated. You always talk about the NFC West, and I get your fascination with that division because there just are so many unknowns. But I think you can say the same thing about the NFC North. Here's Detroit. Won all those games a year ago. Lost both coordinators. Lost a bunch of coaches. Their defense, yeah, Hutchinson's back, but did their defense get significantly better? I know they dealt with a mess of injuries last year, but by the end of the year, they couldn't defend anybody. Well, except for the Vikings.
Right.
And the Vikings, what are they going to be like with J.J. McCarthy running the show? I don't know.
And then there's the Packers. Have they internally improved enough? Is this first-round pick at receiver finally going to be the weapon on offense that teams really have to be worried about? Because, Mark, they beat everybody else in the NFL except the Eagles, Lions, and Vikings last year.
Exactly.
Well, those three teams won 15, 14, and 14 games. I mean, those three teams beat everybody in the NFL. And the Packers beat everybody else.
And then you have the Bears.
Right.
Who have significantly improved their roster from a year ago. They filled up that offensive line. It's going to be better. They have good receivers. Can Ben Johnson turn Caleb Williams into a good NFL quarterback?
Okay, these two teams were both fourth-place teams a year ago. Who's better this year? This year, right now, you got to pick which one's going to finish with more wins, Niners or Bears?
Niners because of the schedule. David.
It is softer.
Much softer.
Yeah, it is.
Just the division alone is softer, not to mention everything else.
Which is why Arizona intrigues the heck out of me because, they get that same soft schedule. And it's third place for them instead of fourth, but it's still pretty soft.
So I think the NFC North is a great unknown of really good football, where the NFC West, we're trying to see what team ends up being the really good team out of four. Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for listening. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Defining a new era in Men's Health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, it's interesting, Feeney, because they played the other kid far more in the preseason finale. And I wonder, did they do that to protect Rattler, or did they do that because they're giving the Tyler Shuck kid or Shao all the chances in the world to be the starter? I would start Rattler. He's at least got 6 starts under his belt, but
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour, Brad Gillie will join us at the top of the hour. You know, NASCAR's still racing, right?
You keep telling me that every Monday.
Yep. 26 races down, 10 more to go. They settled who's in the playoff this past Saturday night at Daytona.
Did you watch Daytona Saturday night?
For a smidge.
I mean, obviously the finish was unbelievable.
It was great.
Oh, it
Awesome.
was. I mean, you don't get those. Were they 4 wide, finishing by milliseconds? It was tremendous.
Yes, it was.
With everything on the line. That's why that race kind of shows me you can't try to script your playoffs. You can't try to force a playoff down someone's throat. And in NASCAR and golf, they are forcing a playoff that the fans don't necessarily want down our throat. Saturday at Daytona, they got lucky. Restricted plate racing does that from time to time. It provided a not good, but a great finish. And there was a lot on the line, and everything worked out for them Saturday night.
And I think 2 of the 4 cars that were, at the wire there in that photo finish, they were out of the playoffs. A win got them in, and instead Ryan Blaney gets to the line first. He had already won a bunch. So, it kept the other guys out and got Alex Bowman, who wrecked and had car trouble early. And he literally is sitting there for 2 hours back in his trailer, hoping somebody who's won a race this year wins so he can get in.
But that's good theater. If you're into NASCAR, you had to enjoy Saturday night because of the Bowman incident and a great finish.
By the way, just a quick sidebar here. I don't know how many people are interested, but if I'm NASCAR, I got to redo my TV deal like now. Now, my race, this whole NBC, I want the races on NBC. Where the hell are your races? They're going to be in Darlington this Labor Day weekend in Darlington. NASCAR fixed a wrong a long time ago. They're back racing in Darlington Labor Day weekend. Do you know that race is on USA Network at 5:30 Sunday night? What the hell? What's NBC showing Sunday night? There's no football. There's no basketball. There's no baseball. They don't have baseball yet. Basketballs. What are they showing? Well, this is our playoffs, for goodness sake. I get USA Network on a Sunday night of Labor Day weekend. What am I going up against? A college football game? I'm going up against Miami, Notre Dame at what, 7:30?
7:30, but it's not on NBC. It's on ABC because it's not a Notre Dame home game.
Right.
So
what is
NBC running?
Right. That's what I want to know. If I'm NASCAR, I'm like, whoa. Really? This is what you think of us? No. We need to do. No, we're getting out of this right now. Right now. What do we have to do to get out of this? No. USA Network. The lady in black on Labor Day weekend. Are you serious? You don't know a damn thing about this sport, do you, NBC? Just stick to your stick and ball sports. We'll find a network that likes left-hand turns, okay? Seriously.
Well, a streaming service.
Yeah,
absolutely. Network or Amazon.
Yeah. Let's go. Let me get Dale Jr. and Amazon back. Everybody loved their coverage, okay? They'll pay for it eventually. All right, I digress.
But Notre Dame and Miami Sunday night.
I know.
The Irish, a 2.5-point favorite.
Did
with
Michigan
Carr at quarterback?
Right. Carr got a name last week. I think today it's expected Michigan's name in the freshman.
BJ Underwood going to get the job for the University of Michigan, which for week 1 shouldn't make a whole hell of a lot of difference. But it will in week 2 because they're going to Oklahoma.
Yes, they are. Uh-huh. So get your work in week 1.
I mean,
some
my
fun.
goodness. Obviously, we got Arch with the full-time job. We got the kid at Ohio State coming in for the first time. Alabama with a young quarterback. It's amazing. All of these teams that are projected to be really good and the inexperience they have at the quarterback position. And yet some of the teams with experience, and, I've hemmed and hawed, and we have not made our picks for the season. We will probably, my guess is, do that on Thursday. Our picks that we've got to do for the season in college football.
Yep.
And I started the summer off, and I liked LSU with, the quarterback there, Nussmeier, coming back.
Right.
He's the best quarterback in the SEC. I like Brian Kelly. I think Brian Kelly can coach. But that defensive line last year was a hot mess. They could not stop the run against anyone. And I don't know how much better their defensive line is. And their offensive line is far worse than it was a year ago.
Yeah.
I worry about LSU at the point of attack. That's kind of been my last 5-day discovery. I'm scared about LSU. And I did laugh because our buddy Matt Moscona, who we've had on the show countless times, covers LSU as well as anybody in the country, had a post on X this morning, or he may have reposted something from yesterday that said what the $18 million roster looks like.
There are certain people who, when they give their 2 cents, Miller and Moulton have a tendency to go, their opinion might be worth 3 cents. Josh Pate, I think, is one of those guys, Mark.
Yep, he is. And I saw his SEC predictions today.
Josh Pate's star is on the rise, by the way. I don't know if we'll ever get him back on the show. We had him when he was at CBS Sports in 24/7. Now he's been picked up by On3. Now he's been picked up by ESPN. Okay, he's on Greeny's show. I think he's going to be on location on Saturdays. I mean, he might be too big for us now, but he made his SEC picks. It looks to me like he has Alabama beating Texas for the SEC title. But you know who he's got making the playoff?
Who does he have making the playoff, David?
The Florida Gators.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And he has a slew of teams at 8-4. And let me just ask you this question quickly, David. If he's right about LSU and they're 8-4, what happens in the offseason?
It's too much money. He goes right to the hot seat. He's got a win or else year in 26, but it's too much money. It's over $50 million. LSU's not A&M.
Okay. Oklahoma's picked to be 8-4.
He's fine. New AD comes in, probably extends his contract.
For the record, he has Georgia at 9-3, A&M at 9-3. He has Georgia listed on top of A&M, so I would be led to believe that he thinks at least 4 SEC teams are going to the college football playoff, and those 4 are Alabama, Texas, Georgia, and the University of Florida.
By the way, he has Arkansas and Kentucky not winning enough games to go bowling, at which point Sam Pittman's forced to retire and they find a way to move on from Stoops in Lexington. They strongly encourage him to take another job. It's a big buyout, but they'll figure it out.
So he does have, a lot of 8-4s, Tennessee, Ole Miss, Missouri, South Carolina, and the mentioned teams that we talked about before, Oklahoma and LSU.
Well, they had one of those 6-way ties last year at 9-3, didn't they? So he's just got it this year at 8-4. The Gators back in the playoff. It's been a while since we've had to deal with insufferable Gator fan. I miss them. I do. I'd love to have them back.
I'm not sure I'd love to have them back, completely, because this has been something to watch the last couple of years. But Our world is a lot better when the Florida Gators are, the Florida Gators.
Also, with Josh Pate having both Florida and Georgia at 9-3, that's Josh Pate's way of saying he's got Florida winning the cocktail party.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
You're damn right it is.
Yep. It's been 5 years, baby. Oh, that would be fun. That would be fun. Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So daughter's pregnant, going to have a kid in the next 4 weeks. She decides yesterday we need to have a pool in which you need to guess when she's given birth. Okay,
Yeah, I
fine.
like it.
Yeah. And apparently the money, this according to her, being split to A, their diaper fund, and B, I guess she found a prenatal charity or what have you. Yeah,
What happens to the winner of the pool?
Oh, right. They not going to win a thing.
They don't get it. So I'm just giving them money.
Right.
So I can say, hey, I had
Right.
September 22nd at 2 p.m. and I win.
Right. Have I told you she's her mother's daughter when it comes to this stuff? Yes. So I go, okay, well, we need some ground rules. She's like, what do you mean ground rules? I go, well, is it closest? Like if I guess the 13th and Mark guesses the 16th and you have the kid on the 15th, who wins? Is it just closest, or is it like the Price is Right? You got to be under. And this spawned a hell of a controversy, Mark, all afternoon yesterday. And finally, I'm like, make a decision, closest or closest if you're under. And apparently she decided Price is Right, closest, but you got to be under.
I enjoy living by Price is Right rules.
Okay. So
I also think that a pool in which the winner of the pool
wins nothing.
Doesn't get money,
Right.
It's no longer a pool. It's a charitable contribution.
There you go. Yep. At least that's how I read it.
I mean, at least the Catholics give you the 50-50 and you get the 50.
Well, that's how we roll in this family. Okay. The women are liberal.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until Brad Gillie joins us at the top of the hour to talk a little racing here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. A very eventful weekend. Golf ended their playoff with Tommy Fleetwood winning. How about that? Good for him. Good for him. By the way, it was interesting, the difference in the crowd. Like weeks previously, there was the whole USA when it was either Justin Rose taking on JJ Spawn, or then, if Fleetwood was involved, the whole Ryder Cup chance. This week in Atlanta, they wanted Fleetwood to win. The crowds were all behind Tommy. They wanted him to win. The New York golf crowd must have been watching going, look at you guys. Seriously, good thing they're not having a Ryder Cup there. Look at you. Wanting Tommy Fleetwood to do well. Respecting Tommy Fleetwood and his accomplishment. We're not interested in that at all.
By the way, no matter who the captain's picks are and what the teams are, plus money on the U.S. team to win?
Oh, they'll be favored.
The U.S. will be favored.
I think the U.S. will be favored because they're home. They almost always make – well, first off, the U.S., even though, Mark, they haven't won over in Europe in over 30 years. Now, I know every 4 years, but they've lost like 7 or 8 in a row over in Europe, and most of them haven't even been close. Mark, we do this every year. We laugh at the odds. The U.S. is always favored in this
No,
thing.
I know.
And we laugh. You and I bet Europe damn near every time.
So you think they'll be favored?
Definitely.
I've not looked yet. I don't know if odds are out prior to the captain's picks being made. I'm sure you can get them somewhere.
I'll be shocked if they're not favored. At home? Shocked. Oh, yeah. I think this one will be good, too. And I think it'll be intense. Okay, because it's the exact same European team. They're going to have 11 of the 12 guys, okay, even though I know he hasn't made his picks yet. We all know who he's picking. Okay, it's going to be 11 of the 12 from 2 years ago, Mark. And the only difference is they picked Well, they didn't pick because he qualified on his own. They have the different Hogard brother.
You know, one thing that's very different from the last time that the Ryder Cup was held here in the States, though, 4 years ago, Rory was loved. I don't think Rory's as loved right now. He was after the Masters. He was that whole week. Everybody wanted Rory to get his Masters.
Right.
But from that point on, there's not much that he's said that's made a golf fan like him more, if you know what I mean. In fact, you could argue things that he has said has made the golf fan like him less. So we're going to get after Rory. The New York fan's going to get all over Rory.
Oh, yeah. They're going
to get all over Hatton. Every time Hatton gets mad at himself, they're going to cheer.
No doubt.
I mean, there are a few guys that wear the black hat for Europe that I don't think did last time they were here. Not to mention just the vitriol from the New York fan base. It's going to be obnoxious.
Obnoxious. Yes.
I mean, think home SEC football game. Obnoxious. Think Tennessee when they're good. Obnoxious.
The Giants and Jets will both already be off to bad starts. Okay, the Mets and Yankees are floundering heading to the finish line, and I believe it's the final weekend or damn near the final weekend of the baseball season. All right. Oh, yeah, and the president's going to be there. Oh, my goodness. They're going to be liquored up and wound up.
I do love the Ryder Cup. For as much as I don't even turn on the President's Cup, I am the complete opposite when it comes to this.
It is the only thing that could get you to not watch college football on a Saturday is the Ryder Cup. You would watch the college football over the NFL on a Saturday, okay? But a Saturday Ryder Cup, you're torn.
Those afternoon matches are really going to be tough, David.
Especially since you will have watched the morning. That's the other thing. You will have watched the morning. You'll break for lunch when they break for lunch, and then you'll have to decide, is there a game worth watching or not?
The good news is that happens to be the weekend of two monsters in college football. Monsters, but they're both in prime time. Oregon, Penn State, 7:30 kick. Alabama, Georgia, 7:30 kick.
In fact, I believe Oregon, Penn State, isn't it on NBC?
Yes.
I think that's NBC's broadcasting day, by the way. Ryder Cup, both sessions, right into Saturday Night Football.
Now, there's a lot of TBDs out there. You know, I don't know if you know your schedule that far in advance.
We've got Michigan, Nebraska.
Okay, so that's
which is a nice game. It's a 3:30. It's a
which
nice game.
Means that USC in Illinois probably is the Fox Big Noon kickoff, or did
probably.
LSU and Ole Miss? That's more than likely a 3:30 game on ESPN.
Right. Oh, it'll be a good Saturday.
It's a really good, really good football weekend.
But, if the U.S. and Europe are tied at 6, Mark, heading into the afternoon sessions on that Saturday, you're going to be a mess. Well, I know. You may have to. How many TVs you up to on the wall now?
2 on the wall, and I bring a third one out. I'll be okay.
You don't think you'll need any more TVs?
There's a fourth if I had to.
Okay.
But what's going to be interesting is I don't know what time. They start noontime on Sunday, right? They don't start early on Sunday with singles.
Well, 12 matches. You need, 5 hours.
10 a.m., 11 a.m. they'll start?
It depends on, does NBC want it to be over at 7 or at 6? So
right, 'cause they've got their Sunday night game. So
do they want the Ryder Cup to go straight into Sunday night football at 7 o'clock?
Well, depends what they don't care about local news, so probably.
Yeah, probably. My guess is they'll start
1 o'clock?
1
Noon?
o'clock.
Yeah. By the way, the 4:25 game that day in the NFL on Sunday, Singles Day, It's just Ravens and Chiefs.
Oh, is that all?
That's all.
By the way, have you seen the Ravens' first 4 games? Week 1, they're in Buffalo. Week 3, I believe they host the Lions. And week 4, they play Kansas City. I mean, damn.
Well, we went over. I mean, I know the Browns aren't expected to do anything, but we went over their first 6. They don't play a team with a losing record in their first 6 games.
Yeah, I
Only
know, Mark.
one that's made the playoffs.
But, Mark, this is Buffalo, Detroit, and Kansas City. I mean, you know, if this were a college football team, think about it. And we ranked the NFL teams. Baltimore in their first 4 games are playing 3 top 5 teams in the league.
Yeah. I'll tell you the other thing I'm interested in. And I don't know how many people out there, because I know he's very polarizing, and you either like the guy or you don't. And that's Dave Portnoy from Barstool.
Right.
Even though he's a Michigan guy, I like Portnoy. It's a great American success story. It truly is.
No doubt about that.
I mean, it's one of the better success stories of the 21st century. What he and they have accomplished, you cannot discount. But what's he going to be like Saturday morning in his debut on the Big Noon Kickoff? He hates Ohio State.
Correct.
With every part of his being. But he's brought on partially to feed propaganda for what conference? The Big Ten. So here they are playing SEC Texas and Ohio State, and he hates the Buckeyes.
Correct.
So I really and truly, I'll probably watch more of Game Day because it's Corso's last time, and I do want to see it. And there have been some great art. There was a great article in The Athletic, I'm sure you read it, of all the stories. My favorite of that was every member that they talked to at ESPN, past and present, talking about Corso just devouring every snack table that there's ever been. That Corso is essentially my grandmother, who felt that the restaurant had really cute B&B plates and that she could just take one because they had extra. That's Corso with the snack table. I mean, Herb Street, David Pollack, Maria Taylor, every single one of them. There were 7 different comments on Corso and the snack table. The other one that I found fascinating from the article, that there was a point that they made those guys room together on the road. Are you kidding me? Are you effing kidding me?
Well, you know, budgets and all, Mark.
Speaking of budgets, did you hear Boomer Esiason just took down the Cincinnati Bengals last week?
Yes, he did.
And he should have.
So he's one of what, 8 Bengals who are in their Ring of Honor. It was a big thing. Just for perspective, apparently this is only like 5 years old. The Bengals didn't believe in doing this until recently, and finally the fans were like, listen, we have our own history, let's honor it. And so they started doing the whole Ring of Honor, whatever they call it, but you know, Ring of Honor. And so Boomer's in it. Okay, great. And they invited him to longtime, center Dave Latham. Okay, they're going to put him in the Ring of Honor as well and come and honor him. And the Bengals, they're paying to fly everybody in and put them up. Oh, no, wait.
No,
they're not.
No, they're not paying to fly them, nor are they paying to house them. But give the Bengals credit. They booked a block of rooms at the hotel at a discounted rate for them to pay for themselves.
Right. And you need to go on this website right now and sign up before the rooms are gone. Make sure you get in there and sign up for your rooms. Okay. But you'll have to pay us back.
This is an NFL franchise that doesn't want to pay for their 8 Ring of Honor players to come back and honor the next one put in.
Right.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
And We've been telling you on this show, like if you're not a Bengals fan and you listen to this show regularly, we have told you for as long as we have been on the air that this is an incredibly cheap franchise. Well, you wonder what they're going to do with the big fella on defense? I think Boomer Esiason let you know how they feel about things last week.
And we also told you that they had to pay Joe Burrow. And when Burrow publicly said you need to pay the 2 wide receivers, you know why they had to pay them? Because they hadn't gotten the vote yet from the county commissioners to approve the funding for refurbishing their stadium. They hadn't had it yet. Sentiment was against them. So they spent the money on the 3 guys on offense to sway public opinion just enough, and they got the votes. And as soon as they got the votes and the $650 million in financing, what did they do? They told Trey Hendrickson again they wouldn't pay for him, and they told the 8 Ring of Honor guests you need to fly yourself in and pay us back for the hotel room.
Unbelievable.
And so Boomer's like, I hope he's not offended, but I'm not going. Boy, that's a tough one, too. You know, you played with him. He was your guy. And really? But Boomer's like, no, I'm not going. This is ridiculous.
By the way, in the last franchise valuations, the Cincinnati Bengals are worth $5.5 billion.
But if you could just go on this website and hurry, okay, time is running out fast. Sign up for the block of rooms that we have reserved for you and get our special discounted rate.
Use the code Bengals Wedding Party. Unbelievable.
Use the code Hendrickson.
Right.
Okay, to sign up for your rooms now. If you're Hendrickson's agent and Boomer's airing this dirty laundry on his morning radio show in New York, okay, don't you have to call him and go, I don't know, man. I don't think they're going to give. They won't even spend like $2,000 per person on like 8 Ring of Honor guests. How much are we asking for again?
Can't do a couple of flights in a hotel room. You and your +1, we've got your flight covered and we've got your hotel room covered. Would love to see you there. If you're going to bring additional family members, we actually can offer them a discount for a room.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
See, here's where today will be hard for me, David. My mother wanted to cook me my birthday dinner last night, and I said I wanted to eat at my house, so I'll cook it because it was steak, and I'd rather do that than have her do it. And I knew she'd bring a little dessert, but my wife wasn't sure if she was going to bring dessert, so we stopped at Royal Scoop on the way home from the Hyatt and picked up a pint of ice cream for everyone. No one had but more than a little scoop last night. So there are 4 pints at about the 3/4 level.
Done.
How many do I go through today?
Oh, 2.
I think that's a good number right there.
Over, under 1.5. I'm going over.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, you'll be eating all afternoon and evening. They'll see you. You're basically looking at them like, if you don't want me to eat yours tomorrow, you should take care of that tonight.
Wild Bunch Crunch, which is my favorite. Death by Chocolate or Death by Peanut Butter. That's my wife's. Cookies and Cream. That's the daughter's. And I forgot what we got my mom, but I did get one for my mom that I would like in case she didn't want any. Oh, crap. I got to call. Oh, no, not yet. We're good.
Wild Bunch Crunch?
That's actually the guys down the hall. It was their flavor. It's basically the same thing that mine was. It's got a little bit of everything in it. It's very, it's a vanilla-based ice cream with a lot of stuff in it. All right, I got to get NASCAR and golf guys are so damn nice.
Aren't they the best?
Sorry you inconvenienced yourself by having to pick up the phone to call me to do an interview on your show. It's like,
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton in Jacksonville, Tampa, St. Pete, and Fort Myers, Naples. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, should Keegan Bradley pick himself to be on the U.S. Ryder Cup team, yay or nay? Yes, winning around 57 or so %. Heavy voting. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Mark, I don't know if you're aware. I know you know how good Brad Gillie is. Here's how popular Brad Gillie is, who's about to join us to talk racing. You know this, Mark. There's PRN, Performance Racing Network, and there's MRN, the Motor Racing Network. They're competitors, like U.S. and Europe in the Ryder Cup, like Democrats and Republicans, like LIV and the PGA Tour. They're competitors. MRN was shorthanded a couple races ago. They called up PRN and said, hey, could you loan us Brad Gillie? Not only did PRN say, yeah, sure, the folks at MRN gave him a shirt. That's how good and popular Brad Gillie is. He joins us now on the American Paint Supplies hotline. You can follow him on X at Brad Gillie, Gillie. You are the man, sir. Welcome back.
Well, thank you. And for what it's worth, we're actually all good friends, and we just compliment what each other does. But it's awesome to be able to work with the MRN folks and have some of their folks work with us as well. It's a lot of fun that we can just take a great group of broadcasters and do a lot of things together.
Boy, Daytona was great, Brad, and for this reason. I think, you don't really compare golf and NASCAR that often, but both sports to me have kind of forced a playoff on us. And I'm not sure the fans necessarily love the playoff, but sometimes organically it happens the right way. And at Daytona on Saturday night, it happened the right way, didn't it?
Boy, it did. We ended the regular season and we did it with drama. And, the unique thing about golf or NASCAR or NHRA drag racing or whatever, even though we're in playoffs, we still have every team go out there and race. It's just some are eligible to win the championship at this point when we get into it. But we came into a situation where we already had 14 race winners that were locked into the 16 spots. We had 2 drivers that were in on points. Alex Bowman was on the bubble, and Tyler Reddick was 29 points ahead of Alex Bowman. If there were to be a new winner, one of those drivers would have been eliminated. And early, it looked like it might be, Tyler Reddick that got moved to the bubble because he was in an early crash. And like 10 laps later, Bowman's in a crash and he gets wrecked out of the race. He didn't have any control over his own destiny at that point, and he just had to sit there and wait and wait and wait and hope there wasn't a new winner. And there wasn't, because Ryan Blaney, coming off the final turn in the final lap at Daytona, was able to pass 4 other drivers who had not yet won a race and go to victory lane. And because Ryan Blaney was already in the playoffs by virtue of a win, that meant Alex Bowman was able to get in as well. And, the tough thing for Bowman, he was 9th in the standings, and if he had missed it, that would have been a really, really tough thing. But my gosh, we had 5 drivers cross the start finish line at less than a half a second. In fact, at less than 100th of a second next to each other. It was pretty incredible.
All right. It's been a compelling season, as you mentioned, with 14 different race winners. Of the 16 that are in the playoff, though, how many do you think are legitimate? They can win this thing. Like the guy who's second in regular season points, he can't get a top 10 on an oval. If it's a road course, nobody can beat him. You know what I'm getting at. Chastain got his win a few months ago. He's been, of the 16, Brad, how many do you think week in, week out, they can win this sucker?
Yeah, that's a fair question because the easy answer would be all of them where they're in the playoffs.
Right.
But the realistic answer, I don't think so. I look at probably 10 to 12 of them that I could say here's a path for them to actually win the championship. To say 16, that would just be too bold of a statement. But I would say, you know what? I'll go with 10. I don't even want to give a bigger number than that. I would say there are 10 of them that I could make a true case for to say this is their path to the title.
You know, we're just about to, we kind of started college football over the weekend, and this is kind of Penn State's year to win it all or else. They've done everything right leading up to it. Who's that driver that you look at this playoffs? Well, you say 10 could win it. Is there any driver or team that has more pressure on them to win this year?
I don't know about that. Look, you look at Team Penske, and between Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney, they've won the last 3 in a row. And right now, Ryan Blaney, even though he had 7 DNFs in the first 20 races of the year, in the last 6 leading up to now, he's had an average finish of better than 5th. It seems like he's peaking at the right time. And with the championship race being at Phoenix, they've been very strong there. But I wouldn't say that there's anyone who has had the season where you're like, wow, they're just steadily, taking care of their business week in and week out. I mean, Christopher Bell had his moment in like the first 5 races of the season when he won 3 of them. William Byron won the regular season championship, but he had kind of a soft summer. You could say the same for Kyle Larson. You can look at Denny Hamlin over the last couple of weeks and look at them like they've struggled. I wouldn't say we've got a dominant driver right now, but I think those names that I mentioned, they're the ones who could really elevate their game at this time of year and make a big run.
Brad Gillie, PRN, and SiriusXM Channel 90, NASCAR Radio. Follow Brad on X at Brad Gillie, Gillie. Obviously, we follow him. He's from our neck of the woods where Miller and Moulton started. All right, Ross Chastain. He races for Trackhouse Racing. Well, they signed Van Gisbergen there, who's a road course dynamo, finished second in the points, has a bright future. They also signed the kid who might very well win the Xfinity Series, Connor Zilich, to become a 3-car garage. Can Trackhouse compete, in your opinion, with the 2 or 3 really big boys now? Are they now a really big boy team?
I would say I don't know that I would give them that. To me, like the elite teams are the prime teams with each manufacturer. Penske with Ford, Hendrick with Chevrolet, and Joe Gibbs Racing with Toyota. But what I will say about them, they've won 5 races this year as an organization. As I look at the playoffs, I can make a case where Ross Chastain could again make it to the championship 4. He did it a couple of years ago and finished runner-up in the championship points. I could make a case for Shane Van Gisbergen to go to the round of 8, but probably not make the championship race. And that's just because of the way the track's set up. Ross is great at Darlington. That's where we race Sunday night. Shane Van Gisbergen loves that track, but really the first round, just don't make mistakes. They're going to eliminate 4 of 16 drivers. Don't make mistakes. Don't get in a wreck, and you should be able to move on. And then the next round, I think Chastain sets up well for Kansas, where he won last year, the Roval, where he's been very good, and the Roval's another place where Van Gisbergen can win. I don't see Van Gisbergen getting out of the round of 8, but again, Ross Chastain, he's won at Las Vegas Motor Speedway before in NASCAR. Talladega sets up very well for him. Martinsville's a good track, so I could see where one of them could go to the championship 4, but I don't put them quite just yet in the category of a Hendrick, a Penske, or a Gibbs.
If you could tweak either the way to qualify for the playoff or the playoff itself, what change would you make, Brad?
I would take the top 10 drivers in points regardless. Right now, the only guarantee points-wise is the regular season champion, but I would take the top 10. It would be a shame to finish in the top 10 of the standings and not make the playoffs, and then fill out the rest of the 6 cars. I would personally take less, but I don't think that would change with any winner beyond 10th in points. And that might mean a winner doesn't make the playoffs. This year, that would happen under that format. The other part I would change is when we get to the playoffs, right now we talk about how many playoffs bonus points drivers have. These are points they get extra for race wins or stage wins. Kyle Larson and William Byron have 32. Well, they carry those 32 through every round, and the points reset after every round. So after 3 races, it doesn't matter how far ahead or how far behind William Byron is. As long as he advances to the next round, the points reset again, and he's sitting there with his extra 32 points. I would give them their extra bonus points to start the playoffs, and I would still eliminate 4 drivers after every 3 races, but I wouldn't reset the points. I would take what you've earned, and you continue to earn it all the way until we whittle it down to the championship 4.
Brad, we got about 2 minutes left. You take calls from NASCAR fans all the time. Do they want to keep the current playoff system? They've grown accustomed to it. They like it. Or do they want to change it to something more of what it used to be, a season-long thing? I know leagues don't necessarily do what fans want. They do usually what television and sponsors want. But what have the fans told you?
I would say when I've seen surveys and polls, the fans, the majority of them are in favor of a playoffs system. Now, do we keep the current system? Do we go to you run 10 races? Do you do something else? You know, but I would say there's a large number of fans who will tell you, go back to points from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And I think on social media, if that's what you're a fan of and you're a driver, it's really easy to rile up that fan base and have them go, yeah, that's the way we should do it. But I don't think that's the reality of it. I'm not a big fan of social media polls because I think they're skewed. And I think you can present the question in a way to get the response that you want. So I think the majority of fans do want a playoffs. It is more exciting. You know, IndyCar had their champion locked in with 2 to go. And I forgot they were even racing this past weekend. I don't want that with our sport. I want it to come down to the end, just like every other sport.
Brad, thanks for making time for us. You know, we always appreciate it. Safe travels, and hopefully we can catch up during the playoffs.
Yeah, that sounds great. Really look forward to it. Thanks, David. Thanks, Mark. Really appreciate you guys.
Brad Gillie, PRN, unless he gets leased out. Okay. And he's always a part of SiriusXM's NASCAR radio channel 90. Follow him on X at Brad Gillie, Gillie.
How much of NASCAR radio do you listen to?
On race day?
No. Monday through Friday.
Not much anymore.
Okay.
No.
All right. That's because that would be a sign of a problem.
Well, I just don't think there are a whole lot of issues in the sport, to be honest with you, to talk about before.
Not on the track. All their issues are off the track.
But man, a post-race NASCAR radio, the calls that Brad Gillie, oh my goodness, that's great radio. Man, are people fired up. Their guy got wrecked. Their guy didn't win. They ain't happy. And maybe, Mark, they've been drinking a little bit.
It is why the greatest disappointment of this college football season to me is Bill Belichick not doing the coaches show at North Carolina. I'll die on that hill. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
This is Miller and Moulton.
God, there's a hell of a nap coming up today.
Yeah. That's what we're talking about.
I will tell you, David, I was told to watch this show. I've watched 2 episodes. It is spicy. It's called The Hunting Wives. The premise is that husband and wife moved to Texas, and they're from Boston, and she's from Cambridge. So you obviously know the way she thinks.
Right.
And they're in the car after they show you a little bit, and they kind of set you up. They're driving into the boss's party, and she's obviously never met the boss before.
Uh-huh.
And well, what I don't know. It's a party. We're invited to it, and it's an NRA fundraiser.
What channel?
And, Netflix.
I'm writing it down.
And there's a lot of steamy sex, and good-looking people, and it's
fantastic.
Sign
me up.
I've watched 2 episodes, and it's really good.
Awesome. All in.
It was funny because buddy of mine ended up coming down. I threw it out there that we were going to the hotel, and he gets a rate there because he works at Hertz. And I threw it out there like on Monday, and he ended up at the last minute coming with his family. And I was talking to him about it. He goes, yeah, I love it. Wife, not so much. I don't think I can get Eve on this one, but it's, and that's fine. Cause then I can watch it I don't have to worry about it. I can watch it at 10:30 in the morning when I get home.
Totally.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. Maybe a pick or two. All coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. A reminder, tomorrow's show, epic. Gary Danielson in studio for the entire 7 o'clock hour. Pat Kerwin to follow at 8 o'clock. Not in studio, but 2 NFL segments with Pat. And then at 9 a.m. Eastern, David Sampson and the bonus hour for his weekly appearance. Gary, Pat, and David all on the same show tomorrow. Done. Booked. No more work involved, except Mark's got to open the back door.
Now, I have work to do. I got to go get a camera today. I got to set up for Gary. I got to get this place ready so Danielson thinks we know what we're doing.
Well, he's known us for a long time. He knows, he doesn't have high expectations. He just likes us and likes the show and likes our audience and just wants to, as he said to me, he goes, hey, we all started, when I went to CBS, I started doing your show and then your guy's show, and I used to come in studio. That's how we started. And so now that I'm wrapping things up, why don't we go out a couple times doing it the way we used to do it?
I love it. I love it.
Done.
Well, and I know the one thing that we know, you know more than I, but I do know for a fact with Gary is that golf season's done for him. Gary loves his golf. Gary's a very good golfer. Low single-digit handicap. Tremendous player. But when September rolls around, and in this case, late August, with the season starting this weekend, he's done. Yeah. He doesn't play golf during the week anymore. He devotes his time entirely to his craft.
Yep.
So he's got time on a Tuesday at 7. Normally, he'd be missing his tee time because he's one of those early guys.
Right, and that could have very well have been a golf day. That's true. Yep. But he's raring to go tomorrow. Gary Danielson, Pat Kerwin, David Sampson, all on Miller and Moulton.
I'm sure the weekend in baseball will provide a few more intriguing series, but I know we do this What's on Tap, and sometimes we run out of time to really get into it. But during the week, the early part of the week, the Phillies and Mets obviously are going to take precedent. That's a biggie. But a couple of other sneaky series out there. Padres and Mariners. Seattle trying to catch Houston and take the top of that division with Cal Raleigh getting to 49 home runs, the most ever by a catcher. That happened yesterday when he had 2 dingers. And the Reds go out to L.A. to take on the Dodgers.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in that series as a Mets fan. Mets and Reds separated by a game and a half, 2 in the loss column. And as you said, Mariners only 2 games behind Houston, but they're also only 3 games up on Kansas City for the final wild card.
And Kansas City had a great shot over the weekend, but they went into Detroit, and Detroit seems to have got it together again. They had their little moment of slipping up for a couple of weeks, but since that point, they've been playing, I think, the best baseball in August or close to it, along with the Brewers, obviously. But the Reds didn't do anything over the weekend. Kansas City didn't do anything over the weekend. So the Yankees and the Mets holding on to those final wild card berths right now. And as you mentioned, is it next week? Reds and Mets?
Yeah, a week from tonight. I believe it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in Cincinnati. Okay, here's something that's interesting. At least I find it interesting, but, I'm a nerd. So baseball decided a few years ago they were eliminating game 163 on a Monday, which I have to admit most fans loved. Real easy, win, you advance, lose, you go home. And they decided division titles, wild card spots, you name it. They decided to get rid of that because the playoffs had to start, 48 hours after the season ended and blah, blah, blah. The only reason we had games last year was because of rainouts. The Mets and Braves had to play the Monday doubleheader in Atlanta, okay, to determine, the last two wild card spots. And the Diamondbacks were sitting home rooting for a sweep. They didn't care which team swept. They just needed a sweep to get in. Mets and Braves split. Arizona stayed home. You'll probably never get Monday baseball again after the regular season ends. Okay. So the first tiebreaker's head-to-head. Well, for two teams in the same division, that's easy. They play 13 times. And since we don't have ties, you know who's won the season series and who has the tiebreaker. But a lot of times, teams, especially in the same league, play each other 6 times. So I believe the Reds won 2 of 3 in New York a month or so ago. What if the Mets go to Cincinnati and take 2 of 3? The season series is tied. The second tiebreaker is, I don't know if it's intra or inter, but it's division record. And even though the Mets and Reds, for instance, are in different divisions, Major League Baseball doesn't care. If they end up tied and head-to-head tied, they go, okay, Mets, what's your record against the other 4 teams in the NL East? Okay, Reds, what's your record against the other 4 teams in the NL Central? And that's the next tiebreaker. And if some weird quirk that's tied, then they do it by league. What's your record against, your league?
When does the coin flip come into play?
I didn't see one.
Okay,
to be
good.
honest with you.
Good.
But I would think, Mark, if we've done 162 games tied, head-to-head tied, we've done division records, and you're in opposite divisions, and yet you still have the same record. I mean, I guess it's possible to not have the same league record, but, I guess it'd be, 5th, 6th tiebreakers? Got to be a coin flip?
I'm sure it's there somewhere. And it is, I get why baseball does it, but at the same time, from a ratings standpoint,
I know.
The American sports public loves games with consequence. And it doesn't matter the sport. It doesn't.
Nope.
You even look at what our World Cup final numbers are. They're huge.
Yep.
Because the game matters. We know it's the last one, and we know we're going to determine a champion. Well, if we have a game 163, we know we are determining a playoff team. And people are into that type of drama.
I think it's a mistake by baseball to get rid of game 163. And I know from a TV standpoint, so first off, these teams are used to playing night games and flying in the middle of the night and playing the next night. Okay. They can do it in the playoffs. Okay. I remember the Mets and Reds, ironically enough, played a playoff game in 99 on a Monday. Mets happened to win. They had to go to Arizona to play the Diamondbacks the next night. Mets won. Okay. Trust me, these guys are used to this. They do it for 6 months. I agree with you, Mark. Big mistake by baseball. Those games were always highly rated, great interest, great drama. Every pitch is meaningful. It's a riveting 3 hours. Not anymore.
No, it's not. But couple of good series to start the week off, although you do have to stay up a little late to watch Dodgers Reds because that one's out west. And, I'll be watching highlights when I wake up.
Yeah. The 2 Western divisions have great races. They're tied in the NL West, although the Dodgers own the tiebreaker, and Houston by 2 over Seattle in the AL West. The other divisions have, Milwaukee's up 5, Detroit's up 10.5. Toronto's up 5 and the Phillies are up 7. There's 5 weeks left. 5 weeks left in the baseball season. Of the 4 divisions in which teams have a 5 or better game lead, Toronto, Detroit, Philadelphia, Milwaukee. You think any of them aren't going to win their division?
I think the one with the most likely chance to get caught is Toronto. Vlad being out at some point could affect them. They're battling two teams from that lead. I've got to imagine, I don't have schedules in front of me, but I got to imagine both Boston and New York got another series with Toronto before the end of the year. And we know that Milwaukee and the Cubs have played all their head-to-head games already. So if I were to pick one, I'd pick the AL East. Today was a day when the good, the bad, and the ugly, and what's on tap. That's next, Miller and Moulton.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
You see the Bucks are keeping Wirfs on the 53 too.
Oh, so they're not going to put him on PUP? Okay.
Which they think could be a week 2 return.
Ooh.
That's what I was reading on the Pewter Report over the weekend, but more speculation than anything else.
Sonny, if I were the Pirates, I would spend the money, and it would cost me $60 million. But I would go bring in 2 bats. With their pitching, I would bring in 2 bats. You give me Pete Alonso and Clay Bellinger, and let's go. Look at West Coast Dolphin and Mark Miller on the same page. See, Sonny, once again, the question was, of the teams that had a 5 or more game lead, which ones had the best chance of losing it? Houston's lead is 2. Therefore, they were not part of the question. The other reason why, if I'm the Pirates, I spend the money now, I spend the money while I have Skeens. I have for 4 more years contractually, but I have him really for 2, and then I got to trade him if I can't sign him, and you won't be able to sign him. So I'm all in the next 2 years if I'm the Pirates. I'm spending money. And then, to be honest with you, hell, if I want, I'll trade Alonso and Bellinger in 2 years. But I mean, I might go crazy and bring in, instead of Bellinger, bring in Schwarber, but I'd bring in Bellinger because of his versatility. But I mean, if we're going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, let's go Schwarber.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Once again, Gary Danielson, Pat Kerwin, David Sampson on the show tomorrow. Show begins at 6. Gary will be on at 7. Miller and Moulton, Gary and all our guests tomorrow on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you missed Chris Easterling from the Akron Beacon Journal talking Browns, or Brad Gillie earlier this hour talking NASCAR, go to millerandmoulton.com always to download what you missed.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs, and Naples, plus plenty of locations in the greater Tampa area. In Southwest Florida, call 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441. Online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off of your service. We start today in 1939. The Wizard of Oz opens in theaters around the United States. 1944, Paris is liberated. And German commander von Clausewitz surrendered and disobeyed Hitler to destroy the city before surrendering. The PGA was held at Portland Golf Club today in 1946, and Ben Hogan would win his first of 9 majors. The first instant ramen noodles were marketed and sold today in 1958, providing college students affordable food for many a year. The AFL began placing names on the backs of jerseys today in 1960. Also today in 60, the Summer Games in Rome opened. Arthur Ashe becomes the first African-American tennis player to win the U.S. Open men's singles title. Today in 68. Today was the day in 75, David. He did it today. Springsteen releases Born to Run. 1 year later on this day, Boston released their self-titled debut album, which was recorded mostly in Tommy Schultz's basement studio. He was an MIT student by day and a rocker by night. 1985, Dwight Gooden becomes the youngest pitcher to win 20 games, doing so at 20 years, 9 months and 9 days old for the Mets.
24-4 with a 1.53 ERA that year at 20 years of age.
Mark McGwire hits his first major league home run today in 86, and also today in 86, Paul Simon released his 7th solo album, Graceland. It would win Album of the Year in 87. Tiger won the USAM today in 96. Monty Hall, Althea Gibson, Sean Connery, and Regis all would have celebrated birthdays today. Raleigh Fingers is 79. Gene Simmons and his tongue are 76. Rocker Rob Halford from Judas Priest is 74. Elvis Costello, 71. Movie creator Tim Burton is 67. Billy Ray Cyrus, who is dated up, is 64. Cornelius Bennett, 60. Robert Horry, 55. Claudia Schiffer, also 55. Marvin Harrison is 53. And Blake Lively is 38 years old. What did I miss, David?
Little Eva goes number 1 with Locomotion today in 62. And then some people of note passed away today. Truman Capote died today in 84. You got to be of a certain age. You got to remember the Cold War was still a big deal going on through the 80s. Samantha Smith died in a plane crash today 40 years ago. She was a 13-year-old from Maine. 3 years earlier, she wrote a letter to the new leader of the Soviet Union, Yuri Andropov, as a 10-year-old, and basically said, "Are we going to war?" Andropov had the letter printed in the Soviet papers, invited her and her family over to Russia, and made her a special ambassador to Russia. They went back, of course, and they were living their life in Maine. Samantha Smith died in a plane crash at the age of 13 today, 40 years ago. And Ted Kennedy died 16 years ago today. So there you have it.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
I've got tacos for the good.
Fantastic.
And a festival in a Mexican city served 13,215 tacos in 1 hour. In the process, broke the Guinness World Records for the largest stir fry, the largest frying pan, and the most tacos ever served in 1 hour. 100 culinary students used a 23-foot diameter frying pan to prepare the dish. There were 10,000 attendees. The leftover tacos from the event were donated to local food banks.
Nice.
For the bad, we go to Louisiana, where police received a call or calls about a man leaving a Walmart with his pants stuffed with items that he didn't pay for. He left in a car without a license plate. It made him easily found by police. When they did pick up 57-year-old Michael Arden, he was booked into the Livingston Parish Detention Center, stealing what appeared to be about $300+ worth of meat. He not only hit the Walmart up, but apparently made his way to Sam's Club, where he stole beef from them as well. Finally, the ugly, we bring it right back home to Bonita Springs, where Dream Benjamin was arrested after she did some damage to a truck that she thought was her ex-boyfriend's.
Oh, no.
The 55-year-old attacked the truck with a crowbar, leaving the truck in thousands of dollars of damages. Unfortunately for Dream, she picked the wrong truck.
No.
It was not her unfaithful ex-boyfriend, but a complete stranger. She pleaded guilty to the terms. She happened to be on probation as well, so good luck. Enjoy jail. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Monday, August the 25th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Do you know I was almost a victim of road rage on Friday?
Really?
Yeah. You remember I've joked on this show, I don't use my horn anymore. I don't flip anybody off because I assume everyone has a gun. And I know it's a flippant line. So I'm driving down the road and I'm doing the speed limit. I am. And usually I go faster than the speed limit. I acknowledge that. Speed limit was 40. I'm doing 40.
All right.
And a guy in a big truck, like F-150 type truck, he pulls out very slowly right into my lane. I got to stand my car up on its nose a little bit to avoid running into him. And I'm like, son of a, and I don't do anything because I don't want to get people riled up.
Right.
Mark, the guy drives 50 feet and pulls into the next store. So he nearly causes the accident to go 50 feet because he couldn't wait 6 more seconds until I drove by. Well, at that point, we needed to use the horn. Did I mention this guy's in a big truck?
Right.
I'm cutting through the back of the pharmacy to go to the bank. And when I pull into the drive-through of the bank, guess who pulls into the next drive-through at the bank next to me?
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. And he wants to fight. Okay. He gets out of his car. And I'm just trying to put my little card in and get my money. And he comes over and he is, you can get out of the car and we can settle this and what have you. And I total bluffing here because I couldn't beat anybody up anymore. Okay. There was a time not that long ago that I could. I can't now. I got a rod in my right arm. I can't punch
the right hook. The right hook does not
Right.
exist anymore. We're fighting Moulton one-handed.
Right. With my offhand. I got nothing. I bring nothing to the fight these days. Okay. And he wants to challenge me and he goes to reach in and grab me. Okay. Well, I reach over and pretend as if I'm reaching for what I think he has in his truck.
Right.
Okay. And I say, let go of me or I'll shoot you. And he lets go of me, tells me what he thinks of me as a human being, and goes back and gets in his truck. And all I could do is think to myself, I used the horn once in 5 years, and look what happens.
Well, this goes back to, and that one was a legitimate horn. I'm not afraid to give the double toot, the beep beep. If someone's at a red light, they're checking their phone. We've all been guilty of it. Maybe you haven't, but something we've all been guilty of. We look down at something, we're changing the radio, the light turns.
Yep.
And I don't want to lay on the horn to let them know you're a jerk. What I want to say is, hey, time to go now.
Right.
Hey, can you please go?
Right.
And I went to do that, and I didn't give the toot toot. I gave the and I'm like, I didn't want to do that. That's not my intention. This could turn out badly.
Right.
Fortunately, it didn't.
I'm with you. You just want to let them know, hey, I know you're looking at your phone or something. Light changed. No issue here. Just letting you know. I know. And instead you went, hey, the light changed, you blankety blank.
Exactly.
Right. It's a problem.
It's my gift I want to give to the car companies. Left side, toot toot. Right side, actual horn.
It's not the worst idea, I got to admit.
It's all I want.
Okay. There are a couple WNBA games tonight, but to be honest with you, it's really good teams playing really bad teams, big point spreads. if you're interested.
Semesco had a big win yesterday.
Semesco, his last 2 games have beaten the Minnesota Lynx and the New York Liberty.
Yeah.
They have the second best record in the league.
Yes, they do.
Although on their heels, the Las Vegas Aces have won 10 in a row, including beating the Dream last week. I mean, 10 in a row. They're a half game back in third. But, yeah, it's the best season in the history of the Atlanta Dream. Good. He's getting Coach of the Year talk. Some of us knew he could coach a long time ago. But, whatever. So there's 13 baseball games tonight, Mark. There are 4 teams not in action: Houston, Colorado, the Cubs, and the Giants. For what it's worth, Marlins hosting the Braves. Do you know the Rays-Guardians game's on FS1 tonight?
Wow.
I know.
Only good thing there, Junior Carbonaro has 10 home runs in the month of August. He is absolutely crushing it for Tampa.
Don't they have to do the deal that Boston did with Anthony and Baltimore did with their catcher a couple days ago? Don't you have to do that?
But if you were Carbonaro, would you sign it?
Well,
that's the deal. I do it right now if I'm Tampa.
Well, you know me. No, I'd roll the dice. But most, outside of Scott Boras, every agent advises their 20, 21, 22-year-old client, sign the deal. We'll hit free agency at 29-30 when the deal's done. Take the guaranteed money. You can get hit by a bus tomorrow.
The first move I make if I'm the new owner of the Rays. Whenever this gets done, whenever they finalize this sale, it's the very first thing I do because, one, it would endear myself to the Rays fans that are there. They know I'm in right now.
Mark, you mentioned it last segment, the 3 big series. Padres at Seattle. San Diego tied with the Dodgers for first. Seattle 2 games behind Houston for first. Cincinnati in Los Angeles to take on the Dodgers. Dodgers tied for first with the Padres. Cincinnati, 1.5 games behind the Mets for the playoffs. Looks like we're going to win that over-under, by the way.
Finally. It's only taken 3 years.
Yeah. And Phillies and Mets in New York. They'll play 7 times in the next, week and a half. Phillies with a 7-game lead. Yeah, Phillies are fine. Their starting pitching, even without Wheeler, is still better than the Mets. They'll be fine. Phillies are going to be the 2 seed in the National League. That's the big thing for Philly, in my opinion. Can they finish ahead of the National League West champion and get a first-round bye? Without Wheeler, I think they need to play fewer playoff games.
I think that's a great call. And you mentioned it earlier. This Wheeler thing's just flat out scary.
Oh, it's awful.
I mean, because there are no guarantees that he's able to come back from this.
I know.
When you read, first things first, we got to get his health right.
Right.
Then we're going to see if he can pitch again.
And he's a stud, too.
Yeah.
He's a 7+ inning guy every night. He's a 220, 30 inning guy. He's an old school pitcher, and there's very few of them. This sucks.
It really does. It really does. What doesn't suck is our show tomorrow. Gary Danielson for a full hour in studio at the 7 o'clock hour. Pat Kerwin at 8 o'clock and David Sampson at 9. Until then, have a great day.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Julie's Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Julie's has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Julie's Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
This is Miller and Moulton.